environment, in the society where we want to be entertained, right? And sometimes we look at science and say that this must be entertaining. And because we find it boring, we kind of switch off because we want things to pop. But sometimes we need to sit down and just deal with the content. And in the words of, was it Peter who said yesterday, ne? In Afrikaans, it means we're all going to die. Right, so we shared a lot of information with you. You were introduced to the importance of storytelling. And when we tell stories, of course, that's how we connect as human beings. And hopefully those stories will move us to action. So today we move on. Today we say, listen, we experience a little bit of the hindsight. We look backwards. And we now want to start thinking about the foresight. How do we use our hindsight together with insight to shape our foresight? So what are some of the things ahead of us? What is into the future? And how do we keep the hope alive? Keep in mind that hope needs three things. Chaos, because out of the chaos there's the sense that there's a brighter future. And once you connect with that future, you realize that you can do stuff to get there. So I know that this morning you guys all paid attention to what you are doing to save the planet. Did you know that there's a place in the world where it's illegal to sell toothpaste in a box? Toothpaste being sold in boxes are banned in that country. Let's think about it. If you buy toothpaste, it comes in a box. Once you open the box and take the toothpaste out, what do you do with the box? Throw it away. So why is it in the box? The only reason why it's in the box is because you can put it on the shelf and you can stack them nicely in the shop. That's the only reason. If you can stack them differently, you can throw away the box. If you throw away the box, you impact pollution. Here you are, thinking that these things don't impact your lives and don't force you to think differently. So we're going to get our show on the road. Hopefully you guys are connected to the network, because later on we want to get back to Mentimeters, right? And we want to get you involved in the process. So if you've not yet connected to the Wi-Fi network, please do that. It is free, so you can do that. We're not asking you to switch off your phone. We want you to keep the phone on because we want you to interact with us. So the energy levels are up, or have they gone down? Because suddenly when the lights went off, you also went off. And remember, sometimes they say lecturers are people who speak in your sleep. So it's okay if you sleep, but please do not snore, because you might wake up the other people who also want to sleep. All right, so welcome to day 2. Come on, people, are you still alive? Are you ready for this? So we're going to connect first. We're going to fly abroad. We're going to go to the United States of America, to a place called California. And we're going to listen to an insert coming from a young guy sitting in California.
Greetings from California. I'm Abby Jacobson, the state president of the California Association Future Farmers of America. I've been asked to speak with you by the Secretary of Food and Agriculture and share an alternative perspective on the positive role farming and ranching can play in mitigating climate change. My tie to the agriculture industry began most directly 4 years ago. While I've grown up showing dressage horses, I became most immersed in agriculture after enrolling in my first agriculture education class at Oak Grove High School. I have taken traditional biology, chemistry, and earth science classes through an agricultural lens, allowing me to understand the science behind our food system. I've gained expansive knowledge and experience in the livestock industry by showing sheep, cattle, and horses, as well as conducting research projects in the areas of food systems and social relations. My time on leadership and competition teams has equipped me to accurately understand and positively advocate for a sustainable future in agriculture. I credit my passion for the agriculture industry to the Future Farmers of America, a strident youth organization with over 700,000 members nationally and over 97,000 members in California alone, all of which are committed to achieving academic and personal growth for the purpose of cultivating career-oriented and well-versed leaders and agriculturists. Like in the Western Cape, in California, we've seen the impacts climate change has on our everyday lives. In our state, drought has become the new normal, affecting farmers, communities, and the environment. Our largest source of water storage, our snowpack, has begun to melt earlier and faster, hindering our ability to access water throughout the dry season. Increasing global temperatures has caused more variable weather patterns, elevating California's decade-long drought pattern to the next extreme. As a result, we have seen an increase in the danger of wildfires. In 2020 alone, more than 9,900 wildfires burned over 4.3 million acres of land. And 6 of our state's largest wildfires have occurred since the year 2020. The victims of the Paradise and Clear Lake fires have seen these impacts in their schools, homes, and communities. In California, we know we need change. Climate change is real, and all of us have a role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and working towards a more sustainable and low-carbon future. From an agricultural perspective, we know that farmers and ranchers can lead the way towards such a future. They are the stewards of our working lands, which account for over 24% of our state's total acreage. Agriculturists in California, right here, are implementing climate-smart agricultural practices. We are increasing soil health for the purpose of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We are maximizing water efficiency through agricultural precision technology. And even in the dairy industry, we are seeing a transition towards dairy digesters, which reduce the emissions released on such operations. Furthermore, carbon farming is becoming a statewide practice as farmers seek to earn carbon credits, essentially an incentive program to ensure that our producers are doing their part to protect the environment and their industry. All of these technologies are a part of the combined effort required of farmers, ranchers, and consumers to work towards a sustainable future in agriculture. With these increase in technology is a transformation in career opportunities. Environmental engineers, conservation scientists, urban planners, and renewable energy installers are becoming a more integral part of our food system. Additionally, those involved in agriculture research and advancement are of increasing importance, as it is research that will devise the technologies farmers use to work and care for natural and working lands. From my perspective, and that of my peers, we see climate change as an urgent call to action. It is not a question of whether these impacts will affect us, but rather a question of at what point mankind responds to them. Climate change affects us all, and this is the time for change as we look towards the year 2050 and beyond. In doing so, diversity, equity, and inclusion will be a crucial component of advancement. Small-scale farms and disadvantaged communities are an essential part of this process. We must ensure they have access to the same strategies and technology as all producers and consumers throughout our world. As someone who is dedicated to agriculture and plans on pursuing a career in this field after college, I'm excited to see that I am not alone. On behalf of California FFA, the Department of Food and Agriculture, and our state as a whole, thank you for joining us in this journey towards a sustainable future together.
Anything? No, I didn't touch anything. There we go. So as you were listening to the presentation, I just got a text from Abigail, and she just asked me to check whether you guys actually listened to what she said. So on the screen, we are going to Mentimeter, and let's see whether you listened to Abigail, and let's just get your responses to some of these questions. So just like yesterday, you go to menti.com, and the code that you use is 49181199. So the code 49181199. And we want your responses on 3 questions, please. The first one, is South Africa different to the rest of the world in terms of climate change? And if possible, give us your response in a little phrase. Just don't say yes or no, but give us a little bit more. All right. So yesterday, I think we went for, 70 responses. So for 73. So I think we can go for 69.5 today. All right, there we go. Question number 1. Answers are in. I've got 2 responses. Yes, it's a different climate. No. The effects of climate change are felt globally. Yes. No. Yes. Similar. No. Remember, you're welcome to say, sorry, I didn't pay attention. I used the Wi-Fi to just check my email and do a couple of EFTs. And I also downloaded a couple of things because it was free. Yeah? When I'm at home, I have to use my own data. So you're also okay. It's okay if you have those kind of responses, right? So let's just get some feedback. We only have 14 coming in now. We're aiming for about 65.5. So if you can get 65.5 responses, that would be fantastic. We just want to know, what did you pick up from the presentation of Abigail? Was that the name, Abigail? It's very close to abalone. She's like an endangered species, ne? Abigail Jacobson, all the way in California. All right, how are we doing? We're now at 26. Can we get some more, please? Hurry up slowly and get your answers into the first question. If we think about the South African context, are we different to the rest of the world, specifically if you think about climate change? You got all the facts yesterday, right? You know what these words mean. We spoke about climate change and global warming, and is it the same thing, or are they different, or is the one the umbrella for the other one, and which one is it? So we shared a lot of those facts with you. Thank you very much. We're now at 38. We're 38. Do I get a 39? I've got a 39 coming from the right. I've got a 42. Thank you very much. I see your hand. You may lower your hand. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Oh, there's another one at the back. Gorgeous, gorgeous. I can just see the energy. It's just getting better and better and better. You guys, of course, need to bring the energy, because I've got my next presenter sitting here, and he's thinking, oh my word, must I walk into this mortuary? Right, we're here to change the world, Peter. We're trying to look forward now and ask ourselves, so what can I do? What can I do differently? And how do I get other people to buy into this notion that we have to change some of our practices if we want to ensure that there is a future ahead of us? I remember a conversation that I had with a guy in Hemel en Aarde Valley, John de Grucci. And I asked him, John, at the age of 82, what gets you up in the morning? And he said, Gillian, there's just one question. How do I want the next generation to live? And if I answer that question, there's a reason for me to get up. So why did you get up this morning, and why did you come here? I'm at now 50, what is that, 57? 58, 59. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. We're getting to 6, no, it's 59 stuck. 59 going once. Are we going to get to 65? Are we going to get to 65 responses? Are we going to get to, I've got a good feeling about this. Maybe I am number 65. We're still on 59. Right, no, things are happening all over the world since climate change looks at different patterns. There are different climates all over the world. Sounds like a song. All over the world, my spirit is moving. Come on, people, come on, the world. Are we done? All right, shall we go to the next question? Looks like 59 is where we stuck. The next question is, looking at what was shared by Abigail, do you think that the Western Cape can learn from some of the practices in California? Of course, California sits in the United States of America, and everything must begins in America. They must know everything. Or don't they? So just from what was shared, do you think there are things that we can learn from them? And if so, what are some of those things? Right, so let's just get some of those responses from you. A lot of people say kind of sort of. So what does sort of mean? We can sort of learn that when we make these videos, we must stand in a beautiful garden, like the one that Abigail had. And you wonder, I wonder whether she was really in California. No? Maybe it was just here at the back. But she spoke very raw, so maybe she was from California. Right, so let's get your response. Can we learn from California? Yes, yes, definitely. We should always put things into perspective of South African requirements and environmental requirements. And remember, we said education becomes relevant when it gets connected to reality. Right, so what do we learn and what do we bring back? Let's get some of those perspectives. We're at 56. Can we get to 59 again? If we can get 2 more. We're at 57. Yes, we can. And them from us. Look at that. 57. You preempted the next question, I would imagine. We're at 59. So can we get question number 3, please? In this case, we want to know, so if we can learn from California, anything that California could learn from us. If they are developed and we are developing, or are we also developed? Maybe they are developing. So what are some of the things that you think we can teach them, we can share with them that will impact their system, get them to think differently in terms of some of their practices? So let's get some of those responses. What do you think California could learn from the Western Cape? Because you saw that there is this partnership between the institution here and on that side. We've got 4 responses, but I think it's just all emptiness. So 6 people just sent virtually nothing. There's a 6 there, but there's nothing on the screen, right? So it's like, it's like next level. It's like very ghosty. They can see how we do things undercover. Right, so we had nine empty things. Maybe if we no, we shouldn't. Should we oh, there's an arrow. Voila. Yes. Yes, I don't know. Yes, and they already have. Working together as a community to combat climate change. My word, that's what they can learn from us. Yes. Sharing. Yes. Yes, definitely. Our sciences, yes. Oh, look at that. Not much. No, they can't. Not much, no. No, hell no. We must small fry, man. What do we know? What can we share with the world? Yes, drought, I think we can teach them a thing or 2. Why not 3? The Western Cape is strongly starting to be aware about drought issues, and mitigation has led to adaptation. Yes, South Africa has a history of overcoming climate challenges despite limited resources. While we're busy with that, we just teach them how to braai as well, you know? Look at all those sorts of things. Yes, we've experienced serious drought and managed to survive. Therefore, the lessons learned can definitely be shared. We're at 49 now. Yes. Western Cape has extensive. Yes, we can learn. They can learn from how we have adapted in different socio-economic circumstances. Yes, we can all learn from each other. California can learn and adapt. Have we done anything major in terms of changing our curriculum and what we teach in schools and how we interact as communities? Not yet. So we just tend to stay in the classroom. Get home in the afternoon. What did you learn, my child? Nothing. How's school? Boring. Where's the future going? To hell. And then some of us like, no, I'm already in hell. Right, we're at 56. So thank you for those responses. And just remember, colleagues, I think yesterday I asked you, for those of you who got engaged with the questionnaire on mental health, that you just please need to complete that and continue to do so if you've not yet done so. So we're just going to, I think, do we still have the code of that one, the mental health one? So if you did not complete that questionnaire that was shared by Max yesterday, we're just going to give you that code again, so in the background you can continue to maybe just give those responses, because as we said, the answers to some of those questions are important to her as she's trying to get a better understanding of how people view the impact of climate change on mental health and what are some of the things that could be done. So if you still want to complete that, you can do so. We'll open it up again. The code there is 91566766. 91 56 67 66. Right, so we're going to move on with our program, and it's now my privilege and pleasure to introduce to you our first real speaker, not a virtual one. This man was born, he grew up, he drove here, he's now here. By training, he's a microbiologist, but he's also an expert in water. So he knows about water coming out of the tap, water in a bottle, water with bubbles, water without a bubble. I don't know, but he'll probably tell you more about that. He has supervised hundreds or more than 100 PhD master students. He's authored books. He's held patents. He's got publications in journals to his credit. And in 2017, he also received from the National Science and Technology Forum the award for research leading to innovation. So I think he's a guy who's got the ability to look into a crystal ball and give us a sense of what the future could hold. So let me welcome to the stage, ladies and gents, your hands and mine, for the one and only Professor Eugene Klute, who's currently the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation at Stellenbosch University. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Gillian, and good morning to everyone. What a pleasure to see so many young people in the audience here this morning. So the title of my presentation is Eco-Nomics. Is this a way to a sustainable future? And I'm basing what I'm going to say to a large extent on what happens in ecosystems when ecosystems are under stress, because it will help us to understand what is going on in the world today. When you often hear about people talking about climate change and the challenges that will bring, we think that that's going to happen in the future. In fact, we are already in trouble today, and you will see why I'm saying this just in a few minutes. So if we look at what has happened in terms of urbanization over the past number of years, those little red bars there indicate the number of cities in the world in 1950, which had 5 million residents or more. If we move to 2000, you can see many more cities with 5 million people or more. And if we now look at where we were in 2015, you can see that the skyscrapers are just going up. And if you look at China, for instance, or in India, China, and so on, you'll see very, very large increase in the number of cities with big populations. By 2030, the big red dots there will all be cities that have 10 million or more people. So urbanization is happening at a very rapid rate around the world, also in Africa. By 2035, about 65% of the people that live in Africa will actually live in cities. Now that brings about a number of challenges that I'm not going to go into detail, but the one is to provide the infrastructure, which means water, sanitation, roads, and so forth, for the urbanization is a major challenge. If we don't do that, we will end up with people moving to cities, as they do at the moment, without the infrastructure, and we will see an increase in informal settlements, which is not, in fact, what we want. But what is fascinating is that if we look at the wealth index of populations around the world, we can see the per capita income there varies quite a bit. If you look at Japan, it's $37,000 US. If you look at Canada, 45, Norway, it is 94. So the average American, for instance, will earn $45,000 US. And the interesting thing, if we go, if I can just get that next slide. Oops, that's too quick now. Yeah, so anyone that earns more than $45,000 US has a certain ecological footprint because they buy stuff. They live somewhere and they consume stuff. Now, if we look at that ecological footprint, and this is the scary part, that you see that in North America, to sustain the average North American, that's people earning more than $45,000 US a year, you need 9.4 hectares of land. Let's say 10 hectares of land. That's what they consume. If we go all the way into Africa, we're doing pretty well because we can survive on only 1.1 hectare of land. The take-home message here is if everyone lived like the average American, who requires 10 hectares of land to sustain the consumption, the planet can only house 1.2 billion people and not 8. That's the scary part. So now the question is, where are we at the moment? We will, this year, we will exceed 8 billion people on this planet. I was born in 1958, believe it or not, as he said, and I grew up and I'm here and still alive. There were only 2.5 billion people when I was born. And in my lifetime, it increased from 2.5 to 8 billion people. That is a huge number of people. And it will continue to increase And it will continue to put pressure on our planet. But what this has resulted in, this population growth that we have seen, we've seen an increase in carbon emissions. I wonder if this is working or not. And you can see there that the carbon emissions per capita, how this has increased, and that is the USA, for instance, this is China, this is Africa, where you see very low carbon emissions. Africa, by the way, contributes about 3% of the greenhouse gases, the whole continent, 3% of the greenhouse gases that are causing climate change or warming of the Earth's atmosphere. And if we move on, I want to stand still with this slide a little bit. The consumption of electricity and so forth, and the resources has led to us now, today, we consume 25% more resources than what this planet can actually give us. Already, and we talk about an Earth overshoot, and you will notice there, in 1980 already, we were using the resources of one planet Earth. We now are using 1.25 planet Earth here in 2010, and we need to get back to that one planet level. So the bottom line is that we as humans, with our current consumption rate, we have exceeded the carrying capacity of our planet, and that is the problem, as we speak, right now. What manifests here is that 25% of the world population, therefore, will not have enough food to eat today. About 2 billion people will actually go hungry today. About 1.5 billion people do not have access to clean water today. So what happens when ecosystems exceed the carrying capacity? Now, you are all in agriculture, you will know that a farm has a particular carrying capacity. If you farm with sheep, depending on your farm, you can only have so many sheep on the farm. If you exceed that carrying capacity, a lot of things happen. And let me just share with you what happens when ecosystems reach their limitation. The first thing that happens is you get a decline in species diversity. So those that can't survive that particular ecosystem, they just die. And we see that in the world today. A huge loss in terms of species diversity. The second thing that happens is that the system becomes more unstable. Why? Because the organisms there are now competing for the same limiting resource. So if you're growing algae in a pond with bacteria and you run out of phosphate to feed them, if they can move, they move to an area where there is more phosphate, so they migrate. If not, they will actually stay where they are, and those that can produce antibiotics, like some bacteria, will start producing antibiotics to kill off the competition. So your instability increases as you reach the carrying capacity of an ecosystem. What do we observe in the world today? Do we observe a very stable world at the moment? It is extremely unstable at the moment. So the war in the Ukraine comes as no surprise, by the way, because that is, and all the other things in the world that are happening at the moment. It is a consequence of us exceeding the carrying capacity of our planet. Another interesting thing happens, and that is that organisms try to group together. So those that feel that they belong to the same group, they group together to protect themselves, because the strongest driving force of any organism is the survival of its own kind. What do we see now in the world? When Trump was the president of the USA, he was talking about America first. What happened in the United Kingdom? Brexit. So they don't want to be part of Europe anymore. They want to be on their own. You see an increase in nationalism all over the world. This is an ecological phenomenon. It is not a political phenomenon. People are doing this with their DNA, not with their minds. They don't even know that they're doing it with their DNA. They think they're thinking about it. But it's a natural thing that happens when you go across your carrying capacity of a particular ecosystem. Then another thing happens. Those organisms that can move, move. So we have seen a huge amount of people that are migrating. There's never been as much migration in the world than what we in fact see today. It started really in China, with China reaching their carrying capacity already 20, 30 years ago. They introduced only one child per family, and then they realized this is not sustainable. So what they have done in the past 10, 15 years, they have moved, they have recolonized Africa, they've recolonized America, Europe, China is prominent in Australia, and that's a natural phenomenon. If we look at migration out of Africa, it's never been as much as we see now. And you hear about this on the news all the time, people escaping, getting into their boats, and then drowning often on their way to a destination where they think there is no limitation. So migration happens. It's a natural thing. Now, I expected in 2008 already, I started looking at ecological models and what happens in an ecosystem which runs out of the carrying capacity, and I started modeling this, growing bacteria in a continuous culture, and I won't explain that, just believe me, you can do that. And I started limiting one of the nutrients. And I plotted what happened to the organisms there. And then I realized that there's a crash that will come. Eventually there is a major crash. And I started predicting the economic decline in the world, which happened in 2009, using that model, and then it happened. And it was interesting, I actually used my graphs and I superimposed them on the New York Stock Exchange, and there was virtually a 90% fit. So the economic decline was a reflection of an ecosystem under stress. And we could predict that. Then I was wondering what catastrophe will strike, because when we reach this carrying capacity, we also normally find that, go ahead. Now that's just an idea, to give you an idea of China's migration and where they are at the moment in the world. There is not a single place where they are not in the world. The size of the little circle there indicates the size of the population in those particular countries. So that's a natural phenomenon. That's what organisms do, whether they are human, whether they are bacteria or algae, they do that. But I was wondering, how will we get back? Because what happens in an ecosystem under this immense amount of stress, you normally get a catastrophe. The catastrophe brings down the population to a level below the carrying capacity, and it stabilizes there. And I was thinking, this was 2008, 2009, what is this catastrophe going to be? And some of this is, you can't even contemplate, because to get back into carrying capacity, it would mean that you've got to lose 25% of the world population. That's close to 3 billion people. Can you just imagine that? You can't imagine it. And then something interesting happened over the past 3 years. We had a pandemic called COVID. And you know what happened? It slowed down our planet back into the carrying capacity for a short while. And the climate, those of you who study climate change and climate effects, specifically in China, the atmosphere recovered. Now I am thinking that perhaps in future, for us to survive, every 5 years or so, we'll go on a total lockdown on our planet for 6 months. And then we'll go on with business as usual, and then we'll go on a lockdown, so that we prevent the atmosphere from running away with us or going beyond a tipping point and going beyond what we can do. So I never realized that something like that, like a pandemic, could actually be that catastrophe, because not, relatively speaking, few people died during the pandemic, and it's sad that some of them did die. But relatively speaking to what the effect was to get back into the carrying capacity was, in fact, quite mild. So I'm starting to end off here. So there we have my model. That's your initial carrying capacity. The organisms will grow. 2.5 billion people when I was born. 8 billion people now, well beyond the carrying capacity of the Earth. There's a catastrophe that will bring you down to a new carrying capacity, which is below what the ecosystem can, in fact, be dealing with. So this is where we find ourselves. So the next slide will indicate to us, how do we get out of this? I mean, we are in it together, so how do we get out of this? And there are a whole number of scenarios. And the one is that we do nothing. Then the future becomes impossible to predict. We can, in fact, have a catastrophe at any time where we go beyond the tipping point, whether this is water, energy, climate, atmosphere, whatever. Or what we can do, we can use technology to assist us, and that improves our possibilities in terms of predicting the future. It makes it better. Or we can change only our behavior. That there will also help. Or we can combine behavior and technology changes and bring together an upswing for us as the human race. And that is our challenge. How do we use technology? And technology is green technologies, solar energy and so on, wind energy. All of those things are happening at a very rapid rate. By 2030, which is not very far from now, it is predicted that the world will be on solar energy only. And part of the reason is that your solar panels are becoming extremely inexpensive. There's a logarithmic decrease in the cost of solar panels. In fact, you'll be able to print your own solar panels in your own home. And everyone will have solar. In fact, the companies that manufacture these photovoltaic cells that they use for solar power are worried about their business model because the panels will be so cheap that they'll have to follow a Google-type model or Facebook model and so on to make a living. And they won't make a living by selling solar panels anymore. So that's where we're headed as we speak. But in any event, we need both of those. Next slide. So what is the outlook? Already in 2015, this was the global outlook because of where we find ourselves. And the next slide will indicate to us what that is. Now just think deeply about what I'm going to say here. And just think whether this is true or not. The first thing we see there, a deepening income equality. So the gap between the rich and the poor is getting bigger. I see that. The second is persistent jobless growth. We see that. We now have in this country about 45% of the youth unemployed. And it's not only here, by the way. It's a global phenomenon. We see a lack of leadership. We just think, for instance, of what happened recently in the UK with Boris Johnson. And many other parts of the world. Donald Trump in the USA a few years ago. And I can cite many, many other examples all over the world. We also see a rising geostrategic competition. Why is this? Because people are moving around the world and they come in your backyard and they compete for your resources in your backyard. And this is why people are saying, no, we must keep people out of our space. The weakening of a representative democracy. Democracy is under threat at the moment, worldwide, and there are many different types of democracies, by the way. Rising pollution in the developing world, but also in the developed world. Increased occurrence of severe weather events, intensifying nationalism, which I mentioned, increasing water stress, growing importance of health in the economy. This is where we are. This is why I said right at the beginning of my presentation, we don't have to think about the future as a problem. We are living in a problem. But it's always been like that, by the way. The world has never been without a problem. It's what we do about the problem, I think, that matters. So what can we do? So if we move on, I use the word wealth. We have to create a wealth of knowledge, and this is what you do, this is what universities do, and what colleges do, and what research institutes do. And then they share that wealth of knowledge. The idea is to share the knowledge to make society a better place. For those of you that are working on strategy, on research strategy for your organization, I'm going to give you that strategy now in the next 2 minutes. And it's also a strategy for South Africa and also a strategy for Africa and perhaps a strategy for the world. So what does this wealth stand for? The first is it stands for water. If you want to think about careers for yourselves in the future, anything that you do in the field of water will bring you a career. Because people will always need water. The second is energy and renewable energy. The third, I'm going to get to the others just now. The A is for agriculture, because together with that comes food security. And there are many fantastic things happening at the moment in the field of agriculture. Digital agriculture, for instance, is becoming very important. People thought in the past, that you have to actually do a diploma in farming and you become a farmer and you're out in the field every day, future farmers will actually be computer scientists to a large extent, or they work very closely with farmers as computer scientists. L for leadership, and preferably thought leadership. A lot of leaders today speak before they actually think, and this is why they end up having to resign. T, technology. H, health. Have you got it? Water, energy, agriculture, land, technology, and health. That's a strategy, a research strategy for any big organization, if you're in doing research. But I take it a step further, where I say, well, it's not only about sort of the science, because what I've now focused on is the sort of agricultural, natural sciences, engineering, the set environment, as we call it. But we also need to pay close attention to how do we, in fact, empower women in Africa. The W is also for empowering women on the continent. The next is the E for energy, but also education, employment, equity, and the economy. We need to pay attention to that, especially when we talk about employment. And by the way, I think that with climate change, we will see numerous new employment opportunities just pop up. Let's just take water as one example. I reckon everyone in South Africa should have a rainwater harvesting tank next to their house. A 5,000 litre tank next to their house. If everyone had that, we've got 14 million homes in South Africa. You have the same storage capacity than 50% of the Vaal Dam, which is one of our biggest dams in South Africa. If it fills up only once, if it fills up twice, you've got a Vaal Dam without having to build a Vaal Dam. But someone has to install and service and maintain those tanks. Massive opportunity for jobs. Renewable energy will create a large number of new jobs. Wastewater treatment that you will be able to do at your home. You'll treat your water with a device that you buy at Builder's Warehouse or another hardware store. It will be the size of a washing machine. You'll plug it in and you'll clean your water on site and recycle it all the time. Massive job, it's a new economy that can be created around that. So there are massive opportunities there with the climate issues that we have. A is for agriculture, but also access. That means access to water, access to education, energy, food, employment. And food security is important. Leadership and land is important, how we use our land. Technology and transformation. And I talk about transformation here in the big sense of the word. Before COVID, I would use the example of people driving on highways between Pretoria and Johannesburg or Somerset West and Cape Town and all the big highways all over the world. Because one thing that the engineers got wrong in the world is traffic. Whether you are in Washington or London or wherever you go, people sit in traffic for 2 hours going to work, and then they spend some time at work, they spend another 2 hours going back home. It's not a very effective way of using your time. So my example was the following. I predicted at that time that about 50% of the people that sit in the traffic can actually do their work from home, which would mean that we can cut down the traffic in the world by 50% if someone just made a decision and applied their mind. And then came COVID, and it indicated to us that 80% of the people in the world can work from home. And now we are all back. Back in our cars, back in the office, because we don't trust each other. We think that when you're at home, you're not actually going to work. But there are many different ways to deal with that. If you agree on expectations, and you reward expectations when they are delivered, who cares where you work? But it's a very difficult mindset for the human being to actually get used to. Everyone must be back. So then we have, so in terms of transformation, it is really asking the question why we are doing certain things. You know, there's nothing in the world that will survive the question why 5 times in a row, if you ask it 5 times in a row. I just call it Clute's natural law of why. By the third why, you'll know exactly why you are doing something. You've got the operating principle, and people don't think, you know, not even clever people think. You want to hear a good example of that? If you run your computer on Windows, how do you in fact switch it off? You go to start to shut it down. How many things in the world do you start to shut down? It's crazy. Why is there not just a big icon there that says switch off, and boom, you switch it off? Your computer keyboard, by the way, is not alphabetical. The reason, a guy by the name of Christopher Sholes in 1876 designed the keyboard for the English language using letter pairing to slow down typing because they were jamming the hammers on typewriters. In the meantime, we got electricity and computers, and we still have the same keyboard than more than 120 years ago. People don't think. On an Apple computer, how do you remove your flash disk? You pull it all the way to trash. There where you want to save everything, that's where you actually release or take out your flash disk. So people don't think, which is good because it means there's a lot of reserve mental capacity that we will use as we go into the future. Then housing is a big issue all over the world. Increased urbanization, not without the infrastructure being there, big problem. And I want to end off by talking to you just about hope. So, and you mentioned hope and what you need for hope. I'm going to add to that. I categorize South Africa in 4 categories of hope. The first category is where people have lost hope. Single mothers living in poverty that can't take their children to the clinic if they become sick. They don't care who rules the country. In fact, they need to survive today. So they live for today only, not knowing what tomorrow will bring. And they become depressed. So if you become hopeless, you become depressed. Then the second category is hope denied. A lot of our young people, including yourselves here, and I see it with our students, feel that they have been promised something which is now not there. We call that hope denied. And what that does is it makes you angry. And we can see that anger. They say, you robbed us of our future. And then you have hope deferred. For that, you still need a bit of patience because you are hopeful, but you need patience for that. And when you run out of patience, you go either to hope denied or you go to hopelessness. What we really need is hope realized. Hope realized. How do we do that? What do we need for hope? You need a vision, and you need a plan, and you need action. Those are the ingredients of realizing hope. Every student that we graduate is hope realized. 9,000 a year at Stellenbosch University. When they walk across that stage, that is hope realized. And then my vision for this country, I've got a very simple vision, by the way, which I'd like to share with you if you're interested. And it's a smile on everyone's face and a clean t-shirt. That's my vision. What does this smile say? That all of us that live in this country, that we are all happy. What does the clean t-shirt symbolize? It says no one in this country is poor anymore. The question is, you asked what gets you out of bed in the morning? What gets me out of bed in the morning? When I get out of bed in the morning, I'm asking myself, how will I contribute to realizing my vision of a smile on everyone's face and a clean t-shirt? And this will continue to drive me. That will be the worthwhile thing for me to do into the future. The smile you can, of course, bring more easily because you can help other people by you interact with them to bring a smile to their face. Because everyone's fighting his or her own battle, and you can make a difference by being friendly to other people, for instance. So that's hope and why that is important. And the last slide here says that here at the start of the 21st century, humankind finds itself on a non-sustainable course. A course that, unless it is changed, could lead to grand-scale catastrophes. So, if we continue, if we can get the next slide. At the same time, we are unlocking formidable new capabilities that could lead to more exciting lives and glorious civilizations. So this could be either humanity's last century or the century that sets the world on a course towards a spectacular future. And this comes from a book by James Martin, The Meaning of the 21st Century, a vital blueprint for ensuring our future. You are the future. It is up to you to have a vision, to have a plan, and to take action. I thank you for your attention. Thanks, Jane.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that. Before I move on, I just want to find out any burning questions, anything that was loosened as he was sharing. Right, so I'm like the only one who paid attention kind of thing, right? So I love the idea of a vision. What is it? Smile and a clean T-shirt. And remember we said yesterday, it's not just about what you see, it's about why we see. Yes, there's a lot going wrong, but in that there's a lot of opportunity. Prof, I just wanted to just double check with you. You said that when you were born in 1958, there were 2 billion people, and there's now about 8. Are you responsible for the reproduction, or it's not just you? I just want to double check that you are not the reason why there are now 8 billion people. It's not just you. You okay. So you did make a contribution, but it's not all you. And it's about, yeah, I think this notion that you know, nature is being reset, and maybe that brings with it a lot of opportunity. And obviously, as we talk about the future, we talk about the 4th Industrial Revolution, and we talk about technology and behavior, right? And just keep in mind that the 4th Industrial Revolution is not digitization. That was the 3rd already. The 4th is where technology and human beings come together. Sir, there's a question, a comment. Is it Leslie?
Yes, hi. Morning, everybody. Prof, just in terms of, you mentioned that you did some studies in cultures and all of those kinds of things with bacteria or whatever. Of all the organisms that you've studied, besides the human race now, how many of those organisms have a profit motive versus a survival motive? Because when I look at the human race, I think we sometimes need to make the distinction between what drives people often is not survival, it is profit at the expense of others. So in the world of organisms, how many actually has this profit motive and not survival? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. So the humans are the only species that change the environment to suit themselves. All other species adapt to their environment. So you will not find a beehive that exceeds what it requires, but humans exceed what they require. All the others are in it for survival and not for profit. And that is a fact. We are the only ones that are changing the ecosystems to in fact suit us, instead of us adapting. You know, there's no sewage in nature. Sewage is a man-made thing, to help you think along those lines. We will have to go more into that kind of mode, into survival mode. Otherwise, we will be forced into it. Thanks, Leslie. Thanks for a good question.
All right, there's another one. I mean, just a lady there.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure whether it's a question or what, but I'm just going to say something. Because looking at what you have said and the interesting careers that people may be interested to follow in terms of this agriculture and the climate change, I was just wondering, to the universities that offer all such courses, do they go down to the high schools, maybe to like motivate the young kids in high school and primary towards this direction? Because when I see, I'm from the location, but what I see from the schools, they're taking away the biology and agriculture because of the marks that kids are getting, which means they are not motivated towards this, which means along the way in the future, we're going to lose agriculturalists and maybe your microbiologists, because the government is taking away all the subjects because of the failure. What can the universities that offer this go down to the high schools, maybe motivate the kids to come towards this so that we can help that continuing the sustainability in terms of the agriculture that we have?
I think that's a very, very valid question. And we are the only university, by the way, it's Stellenbosch University, that has an agricultural faculty. With all the other universities, they've combined them, you know, with other subjects. So for us, it's extremely important to preserve agriculture. We spend a lot of time at schools, including Dr. Arns. Gillian goes there often. speaks to schools, speaks to them about the importance of math. He's a physicist, by the way. He's got a PhD in physics, for those of you that did not know that. So he can talk about mathematics. He can talk about the importance of maths, of biology, of chemistry. And I think we teach those subjects incorrectly. And this is why the marks are so low. If you really think about biology, if you think about maths, and you think about physics and chemistry, these are such interesting subjects. Because you're basically studying what happens in nature. But I think there's a difficulty in getting professors to communicate and to teach those subjects, and teachers for that matter, so that it becomes fascinating. But we can't lose those subjects, otherwise we're in deep trouble.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, I'll take one more, thank you.
Morning everyone, morning Professor. My name's Dana and I'm an intern with the Climate Change Directorate with Deadbeat. So I appreciated that you seem to really be of the belief or the understanding that there can be economic growth with like renewable jobs, and if we make a focus on adaptation options like you mentioned, the job creation that can happen with the installation of water tanks and water harvesting technology. So I think I definitely believe that, but I think there's a strong pushback on that. Just recently in the Mail and Guardian, a postdoctorate student from Stellenbosch in economics, he makes the case that we as a country should be for seismic surveying, and we should be tapping into extracting our natural gas and oil, not just within South Africa, but across the continent. And he says that that's the only way that we can create revenue, for example, the 350 Rand grant. And it would be at a greater cost to our poorest in the country if we don't extract. And in your graph at the start, you mentioned that as a continent, we're not one of the biggest emitters. So I want to draw from the hope that you mentioned. What do you say to that? And people who say that, you know, we're not the biggest emitter, why should we even be trying?
Yeah, I think to get the last question is because climate change affects all of us. So we're part of the Earth ecosystem. We're not in isolation. So, but there are opportunities for Africa. I work with the African Union Development Agency, and we've got a center of excellence down here with them on science, technology, and innovation. And we've identified 10 technologies where we can leapfrog the developed world in Africa. And one is green energy, because we don't have, at the moment, we do not have a lot of energy that is produced in Africa as a whole. 67% of all the electricity that is produced in South Africa, by the way, and used in South Africa. So you can just imagine 35% over the rest of the continent is virtually nothing. But we can actually move towards clean energy without being locked in to coal-fired power stations. The one problem we face in South Africa, we've built coal-fired power stations that have to last for 50 years. If you come up with an innovation that will make them obsolete, believe me, you'll have very hard time getting that innovation into the market. Because how will you now justify all these billions and billions of dollars that you've spent building these power plants? So I reckon there's major opportunity for us in Africa to leapfrog and to bring about new economies. Capitalism has led to more inequality than what it hoped for. But some people will argue 5% of the world population own 90% of the money, which means everyone else is equal. So it did bring about equality, it's just at a very low level. So we need to look at new economic models as we go forward. We need to rethink what we mean by development. I travel quite a bit in Africa. And I often, when I'm traveling there, and I see how happy people are, and they are living in harmony with their environment. They don't build massive big houses and so forth, but they're all happy. And then I'm asking myself, should we now put up a big factory there that bottles water or Coca-Cola or builds BMWs? So people now have to go to work at 8 o'clock in the morning, go home at 5 o'clock in the evening. What do they do with the children, etc., etc.? And I don't have a clear answer to that. But I don't think that we should be driven by taking out natural resources anymore in the world. We need new economies, and there are many models of so-called exponential organizations. All your exponential organizations now, that's Google and Facebook and Uber and Airbnb and so forth. All of them are built without taking massive resources out of the soil. But that's not a sustainable future that this postdoc is in fact suggesting.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Apologies for the long answer.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Are you still going to be around for not? All right, so thank you very much for taking time out of your diary to be with us this morning and for sharing some of your insights. I think, coming back to what you just said, I think there's a lot that we can still learn from nature, and maybe we must just pay attention. Coming back to the point that was raised by Leslie, and it's really about how do we work and figure out how to go from a mindset of scarcity into a mindset of abundance. There's actually enough. And if you get away from performance, maybe things change, because the culture that you were referring to, Leslie, that's the same culture that drives our schools. Schools is all about performance. It's not about what people are learning. But thank you for your insights, and thank you also for that model. We will now think about wealth completely differently. The water, the energy, the education, the agriculture, the leadership or the land, the technology, the transformation, and the health. So thank you for that, and we look forward to the rest of the day. Because, I often, when I drive around, I see people standing on the corner of the road, and they always have signs that say, "Need a job." And I'm like, brah, if you want to work, just work. You don't need a job to work. If you want to work, work. You don't have to stand there, need job. If you want to work, just go and work. So let's get on stage a panel of young people who will help us think about what is possible in the future in terms of careers. I've got a couple of people that I need to invite. I've got Eddie. I'm not even going to apologize for the fact that I don't say your surname. And if your name doesn't sound like your normal name, please know that I'm not a minister. So this is not a baptism. So if you kind of know that it must be you, then just kind of come to the front. So I've got Eddie joining me. I've got Remo Ratile. I've got Shiara. I've got that thing. Vincent, Ruth, Cindy, and Nokwetaba. I'm going to try that one again. Gatliso. Gatliso? Is that right? So you guys are happy to grab a seat behind me, and we're going to hear from you. What is it that you think? What is it that you see? And what are the opportunities that we need to harness, unlock, if we want to build a better future and if we want to create opportunities for young people? So just like yesterday, we're going to have a roving mic, and we're going to give you each a couple of minutes to just share. And then we're going to open it up for a bit of a discussion and a debate, having some questions from the floor. So we have about an hour that we put aside for this part of the program. Do I need to remove this? Is this in the way? Are you okay if this is there? All right, so I'm going to move to the side, and you will just introduce yourself so that I can hear what your name really sounds like. So you want to do it here? All right, so first up, let's hear your insights, your perspective on what you think the future holds, specifically how we can unlock careers and opportunities for young people.
Morning, South Africa. There's so much I can say about myself. I'm a qualified forester, a graduate from Nelson Mandela University. Due to the socio-economic challenges of the world, unemployment to be particular, I became an accidental parasitic farmer. So, before I can really say something about climate change, which I think is not only an environmental crisis, it is a global threat. I would like to acknowledge the good gesture of all the organizers of this event. To me, that was leadership. We really need such spirit. Secondly, I would like to acknowledge the speakers from yesterday. Whatever they shared with us, it was not only an eye-opener, it was thought-provoking, and I think it's gonna set the energy for today. So, before I can also add on the discussion, because I think the theme for today is unlocking the future. But how do we do that? Because I don't believe in formalities. I don't think we have to be academic at times, because climate change affects every member of society. How will I talk about biodiversity to that aggressive taxi driver? How will I talk about climate change to that smallholder farmer who is not profit-driven? Yesterday, Dr. Cullinan mentioned something about eco-anxiety, and 2 weeks before yesterday, I was talking to an organic farmer. Actually, a lot of people who grew up in farming community, they always know that there's that particular farmer who normally share his produce with the orphanage, with the needy in the community. But in our discussion as academics, if we are not really having that inclusive policy, taking the views, the feeling of those people, I don't think we have a right approach. So basically yesterday, I was very impressed about what the Western Cape government is doing in terms of climate change, from policy making and everything. Actually, they are ticking the right boxes, but reality, we need a collective, uniform global policy, because this is a global crisis. It is a ticking time bomb, to be specific, because Western Cape might be doing well. What if Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, they don't really have the access to the right resources, the right information? They are not working with the Stellenbosch, your UCT of the world. So we might do something in isolation, but that is not progress to me, because I do believe there's supposed to be an African response to climate change, a SADC response to climate change, because there's a lot of things that are involved. There's a politics of economy, there's a politics of information, because we all know that third world developing countries, they're going to be at the receiving end of this. We don't really have the muscle, we don't really have the resources, the infrastructure to get things right. We know that in Africa, the biggest challenge, the biggest enemy in Africa is lack of leadership, lack of decisive leadership, credible leadership. If we can't deal with simple COVID funds, what do you think African heads of state, they're going to ensure that whatever funds we get for climate change are channeled towards the right direction? So I think before we talk about unlocking the future, let's talk about ethics, morality, citizenship, because at the end of the day, as citizens, we do have a role to play in this thing, because I'm not only an academic, I happen to be a brother, a friend. What am I discussing with my friends? In my own home, I have to do like a serious introspection. Have I planted, say, trees in the last 3 years? But on this platform, you know, I can really sound intellectual and all the likes, but what I'm really like doing on the ground level, because I've been talking to a lot of farmers, so it is suicidal to talk about climate change without thinking about nutrition, food security, because Prof. Eugene mentioned something about the global population that is likely to grow. And there's a first speaker from yesterday. He mentioned the importance of accurate data, because too often, as academic, we are not really intellectually honest when we are collecting data. Because if we are not really collecting accurate data, it means the decision that we are really making, they won't really lead us to the right direction. It means we're going to be taking incorrect policy. So I think there's a need of a right mindset, a right value system. There's a lot of things that's supposed to change before we can really formulate solution. What about our educational system? Because I think we need to redesign an educational system, especially in Africa. Let's just have one uniform language that is being spoken from Cape to Cairo. Because you might meet somebody from Ivory Coast, Cameroon, with the same interests as you, but because you can't understand French, that's gonna be a barrier. So let's just like start preparing kids at the ground level about the kind of skills that they're gonna need in the future. Thereafter, we're gonna be in the most fortunate position to come with informed decision. Sorry, I'm a chatterbox. I've already said so much, but thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you is Ramarati Lemoeng. I'm a student at Elsenburg Agricultural Training Institute. Today I've been invited at the Young Youth Researchers Convention to actually talk about the topic Unlocking the Future. And I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity. There's a lot about unlocking the future, but what came to mind was a lock and a key. And the key, basically, the lock meant that we were looking at the causes, and the key was standing for the solutions that need to be taken into consideration. There are a lot of human activities that take place and contribute to climate change, and there are a few that I'll be discussing today. One of the human activities that contribute to human change is deforestation. Forests and trees store carbon, and by cutting down the trees, we are releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and that actually causes global warming. One of the reasons why deforestation actually takes place is for agricultural expansion, which we can actually just say that with deforestation, we are trying to expand agriculture and create more space for planting produce, basically. But then, are we really planting produce, or are we really ruining things? Because deforestation causes or basically destroys the soil cover. There's a lot also that we as young farmers are put up for, because the population is growing and we need to find ways, we need to find solutions to actually sustain the population that's growing. Agriculture is expected to be negatively affected by the droughts, reduced rainfall, pests, and other diseases. Higher temperatures in South Africa and less rainfall will result in limited water resources and changing soil moisture, leading to a decrease of crop productivity. The solution is reducing the amount of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere released by deforestation, and this can be achieved by afforestation and reforestation. Afforestation is when new forests are created and trees are sown in a location that has never been previously planted, or people have never planted on that land. And then for reforestation, this is a process of planting new trees. And then this, sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so nervous, by the way. Because of Mr. Mkatra, and you set the bar too high. Okay, so basically reforestation is a process of planting new trees after they have been cut down. And this is a process that I personally just feel like is a way or a solution that we can try or look into, because we can achieve improved air quality, enhanced biodiversity, restoring wildlife habitats, maintaining water cycle and water quality, enriching soil fertility, and most importantly, we are working towards solving and slowing the impact of climate change. Climate change has been a problem for many years, and if we can all work together and brainstorm ideas and on what we can do, and not just as a province, but as a nation, as a country, because when this matter affects us, it just doesn't affect the province, it affects the whole world. In conclusion, I know reforestation and afforestation are processes that take time, but as much as it requires less days to cut down the trees that we need as well, it should also require, or we should look for ways to plant trees that, in other words, to plant trees in a shorter period of time, so that now we are moving one step forward to solving this problem. So if anyone knows or has knowledge or has an idea on how are we able to actually spread the process of planting new trees, please feel free to enlighten us. Please feel free to share your opinion on that, because at the end of the day, we need to learn how to save our trees. At the same time, we also need to learn how to stop the things that actually cause climate change. If we don't work together now, our future generation is going to suffer. We are already suffering because it's been years people trying to figure out solutions on how we're going to be solving climate change. So now I would like to say, and the youth and the upcoming farmers of today, let's look for ways together and figure out how we can stop and slow down climate change and the effects it has caused for us. Thank you very much.
It's green. Oh, yes. Okay, awesome. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nogwetava Makanya, here for WWF. So I'm part of the climate team in WWF South Africa, which is the Worldwide Fund for Nature. So the climate team at WWF, we strive to build a coalition of the willing to build a new low-carbon climate resilient economy. So our partners that we work with is business, labor unions, organized civil society, as well as government bodies in trying to make the business case for a new low carbon economy. So in a project that I've personally been involved in was creating a blueprint for sustainable aviation fuels in South Africa. So aviation is a hard to abate sector in the country. So what we can do is we looked at a feasibility study in that, taking biomass from sugarcane farmers as well as the thirsty alien invasive plant species and using that as feedstock to build green aviation, sustainable aviation fuel. And this will help decrease emissions as well as create a diversified economy or market for sugarcane farmers and do away with or remove alien invasive plant species. On the youth side, we have recently launched a Youth Climate Championship program, which is under the CARP project, which is the Climate Ambition to Accountability project, together with SACAN, which is the South African Climate Action Network, IEJ, with a project co-funded by the European Union, where we invite youth, so all of you please are invited, to so we capacitate youth to facilitate and support youth and youth organizations to engage in policy planning and policy engagement processes and consultations, as we've noticed that the youth are marginalized in processes of commenting on climate policies. So we want the youth to be involved because those policies are policies that are planning and implementing and shaping a world that we are now going to live in. So surely we should and would like to have a say. But the issue is youth in South Africa, because we're so marginalized and many come from disenfranchised communities, we're not organized, so we get left out of the process. So we can join the Youth Climate Championships program under CARP, and projects or activities that will be done there. The one that's coming up is a boot camp for youth between the ages of 18 and 30. These between 25 and 30 individuals will be trained to represent youth in different climate policies and go stand in for youth and put in our views in those policies so that we are included. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Shiara. I'm from the Activate Academy. I don't know if anyone knows of the Activate Academy or Activate Change Drivers, which is our parent organization. Basically, we have a free to access and free to use online learning platform that creates capacity building opportunities through growing your skills and your knowledge so that you are expanding your mindset and recognizing and appreciating interconnectedness between it all. I'm really happy to be here today because I think the conversation thus far has been great, and I've learned so much in the last day. Yeah, I think touching on the mental health conversation that we briefly went onto yesterday, yeah, it's been, that's sort of where we are at as an organization, the building of hope that we had previously spoken about today, through an action, a vision, and a plan for that. The Activate Academy is a space that creates tools, or rather creates access to tools that can help you do that for yourself. Eco-anxiety is something that we often see, don't always know how to recognize or diagnose, but yeah, it's something that is really important in our space. The Activate Academy approaches things from a self-strengthening point of view. So we believe that if you as an individual are building your capacity, like I said, you have a stronger space to approach your passion areas from. We aren't limited to the environmental sector, but we love the space because there's a lot of space for conversation, enjoying really incredible learning opportunities. Yeah, and so from a self-strengthening perspective, you can keep going and find spaces for that conversation, for growing your skills, to keep your passion areas ignited. Yeah, and so, let me just take a breath. As you keep talking, you just lose it all. Yeah, so just to center my conversation in, you know, why is a capacity building space, a free online learning platform, in a conversation like this, really strongly coming from that self-strengthening perspective that I spoke about. We have tools that we share with our community of just over 19,000 people, users, that have free access to our platform. Yeah, and I think just to wrap up my part of the session, I am very excited to have a conversation and get to know a bit more about the climate change space. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I also feel honored to be here, but I must say the mathematician, he murdered my name. Huh? My name is Khahliso Lefatsa. Yes. So Lefatsa, I'm actually the co-founder of Mbeko Eco Club, based in Bekweni, Paul, and our organization is basically your environmental education. I'd like to stand up. So yeah, what we do is basically we simplify science, anything that's got to do with STEM. We take it to our local schools, and by now we've been fortunate enough to have a number of children who are also being eyed by the Department of Water and Sanitation, by the Drakenstein Municipality for engineering, for infrastructure, all these things, you know, especially when it comes to water services. And I also call ourselves what you call, you will take people out of the classroom and we put them in your environmental lab. Mostly what we discovered is that a lot of children, they become bored when they're in class, and like Professor Kluter was saying here, you know, science can be bored to a lot of people, maths as well, and we need people who can basically convey the message and make it fun again. So what me and my partner Vincent also decided to do, look, we are surrounded by a lot of natural elements in Paarl. We've got the Berg River Dam, you know, we've got all these amazing looking farms, you know, who also indulge in biodiversity, regenerative agriculture. So we said, look, let's just take the textbook out of the classroom and put it there and make it holistic as possible. A lot of children are enjoying it, especially the ones who are more vulnerable, who are more disadvantaged, and we've seen an increase in how they love maths. And we are very proud of it. It's very inspiring for me to see them growing up from a very young age, that we've been working with them, to be seeing them becoming young adults. And we know that me and Vincent, our impact data from what we see is that we are making a change. So climate change is about also making change, the change of behavior, as a lot of discussions have been made here, and not only just, forecast. The forecasts are good, but I always say what you do now is what counts more. The mathematician was also talking about having a bucket while he's washing. So those are basically the mitigation or adaptation that we basically use today. So ask yourself a question while you're here. What type of change am I making? What type of behavioral change in my life have I implemented? That's the only way that we can basically battle climate change. I'm a fan of biodiversity. Me and Vincent is running the commercial mini farm of ours. We've been assisted by Rennie's Farm, by Woolworths. So we do have our greenhouses where we actually teach children the parts of commercial agriculture. But I'm more of the regenerative guy. I take them, I work with indigenous plants. I've got my own nursery where I'm actually a fan of speckworms. Speckworms are basically, they're so simple. They're not so complex as people. Yes, exactly. So these are my friends. They are very simple. You propagate, easy to propagate, you just plant them. They don't ask any questions, and that's why I love them. So basically these children that we are working with, they know exactly from a very young age, from the township. If I had one of them or two of them here, you'd be really amazed. So if ever you want to check out these children and see for yourself, I think you'll also be inspired. So that's what climate change means, what we are doing today, so that consumers of the future, we know that we are on a good path. I don't want to say a lot, but we are also doing water monitoring in the Berg River. We are also the custodians given that title by DWS and Deadpool. I call them Deadpool, DEDP, Department of Environmental Affairs and Planning and Development. So we are fortunate to be basically in the crucible or in the forefront of fighting climate change. And that's why I'm saying I'm also honored to be here. So if you want to check us out, you can look at our work at Facebook, Mbekweni Eco Club, and you'll see that what we've been doing, we don't rest, because we feel that this is a very important, and it's I always say to them, it's a life and death situation. So I'll hand over to the other people, because about climate change and all of these things, I can speak the whole day. Since I'm also a teacher of climate change. Thanks a lot, guys.
Good morning, everyone. It's on. Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Not used to speaking in the mic. So happy to be here, not only because there seem to be heaters on the stage, so it's very nice, but yeah, really excited to contribute to this discussion amongst these other speakers who are doing very valuable work. My name is Cindy Cherry. I work for an engineering consulting firm that is African-based called Zutari, and I work within water resources management. I'm also part of the Young Scientific Program Committee for the SIWI, which is Stockholm International Water Institute, and I'm assisting with the World Water Week, particularly the seminar that's focused on achieving food insecurity 2030 targets through water security. So I hope to bring some of those global perspectives into this discussion. I'm also an aspiring farmer. I volunteer in a lot of community gardens and engage with some of the small-scale farmers based there, and so I have an understanding of some of the challenges and opportunities that small-scale farmers face. So excited to bring all of those perspectives into this discussion.
Thank you very much. I'm nervous. I usually don't speak in front of a huge group like this. The last time I spoke in a huge group like this, it was 2011. I had to present something in Norwegian because I was schooling in Norway. So it was a difficult time for me to do that. Okay, as my colleague said, my name is Paswana Vincent, and I'm originally from Limpopo. When these guys, they approached me to start this organization, I was in the sports field. So when they told me about the environment and the gardening, the sports that we can do, the tennis, the cycling, we have seen the cycling as a way of like changing the damage of the climate. As you can see, the Boris was cycling this other day to go and buy something at the shop. So I think if our politician can start doing something practically, imagine if our president is also cycling and how that will motivate the whole country. We are doing that each and every week. We have these kids that we cycle with them. I think Saturday, I'm taking them to go and cycle at the Durbanville. They will be in the competition. The agricultural side, yes, we do have a garden at the 2 schools. Our aim is to have it in 5 schools in our community. As Khatliso mentioned that we just won a rainy farm. I donated that the greenhouse. Also which we gave us the what do you call it, the plants. The aim there is to educate kids about the soil care, the food security, and also how to take care of those plants. So most of the vegetables that we harvest, it goes to the feeding scheme. Kids that are in need at home, and then we also need to sell, but not to make any profit out of that. It's just to make the program going. The other thing when it comes to that, I think our department needs to take this seriously. I'm scared if agriculture is only done at the university, it's no more longer there at the primary level, then we need to start to be worried. Most of our parents at townships, they work at the farms, so it's seasonal workers. So one of the initiatives we brought this is to teach the kids about the entrepreneurship. At the moment, what we're teaching them, we want to give them the plants later on, maybe next year, so that they can start their own garden at home with the space that they have. And the group that we're working with, the school, they referred those kids to the schools of skills. So we said, okay, look, give us those kids, then we will work with them in the garden, because they don't want to be in the class. They don't like theory, so they're always troubling. And also we check with the changing of them, the behavior, how do they behave? Do they still behave differently after they come to the, because we teach them about don't swear to other people. You need to understand that these are the teachers, they are the parents. Don't only respect parents at home, even at the school, respect them. The river health monitoring that Khatliso was talking about, it's a program that we do with the grade 10. We align that program with their syllabus. We take them to the Back River. They do the river health monitoring. They identify the species that they found in the river, and then it will tell us whether who's polluting the river. Is it a farmer? Is it an industrial? Is it us, the community members, whether we pollute from the streams? Like, remember, in the streams, people, they just throw whatever they want there. So it's a program that we teach these kids, and then we have a water week where we take the kids to the Back River Dam. So next week we're taking them to the Back River Dam, as we can't go to do the river health monitoring because the rivers now, the level is very high. So yeah, we are welcome to take questions, and then we will see if we can be able to answer all the questions 100%. I'm not sure, but I'm willing to answer each and every question. Unfortunately, I wanted to talk to the professor. Unfortunately, left, because without water, then there is no life. Without agriculture, there is no life. The technology you can have, but you still need to eat. If you can't eat breakfast, if you can't eat lunch, if you can't eat supper, then we all die. So which means without agriculture, we'll all die. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your inputs. Obviously, you guys are, let's call you active citizens, because you are involved in the space and you are making contributions. I remember having a conversation with one of the big shots of Capitec, And he said to me, you know, when I want to hire people for the future, I am actually interested in hiring agriculturists. And I said, like, yo, brah, you like in a banking business? What the hell? And he said, no, if you work in agriculture, you know how to plant, you know how to care, you know how to nurture, in order for you to get back what you put in. That exactly is what banking is. So who knows, maybe in the future, all our presidents of countries will have an agriculture background because they understand about nurturing, looking after, in order to make sure that I get back. So I'm just going to try and turn things around a little bit for the next couple of minutes. I'm going to give each one of you guys at tables, and you at the back as well, I'm going to give you 4 minutes. And at your table, I want you to discuss, from your perspective, what do you see as the biggest challenge? If you think about climate change, if you think about the realities of unemployment, if you think about young people, you've heard that there are people involved in education and training, there are people involved in trying to advocate for leadership, social cohesion. What is the biggest challenge from where you're sitting? And once you've sorted that out, I want you to convert that challenge into a question. Happy with that? Because our minds work better in the presence of a question. So if you say the biggest challenge is then I want you to put that into a question. How are we going to? Happy with that? And then after 4 minutes, I'm going to run around and I want to hear what that question is. Happy with that? 4 minutes starts on my clock now. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, so I'm just going to quickly run around. Your one question, spokesperson?
Lady.
Which one? Lady.
So we would look to sort of have adapt to understanding of climate change. I think that was the biggest challenge, is to have people.
How do we get people to adapt?
Yes.
All right.
And take on.
How do we get people to adapt to this notion of climate change? Do we have a question? Yeah. Is it me? Turn on the game.
Our question is, are we willing to move from the known to the unknown?
Well, so the question is, how do you move people?
We're so used to not making, we're so used to be afraid of failure. We should get our youth into the idea of being creative, to fail, almost like the lean startup model, to continuously work into getting where we want to be sooner.
Right, so how do we get away from failure? Do you guys know that in school is the only place where failure is a bad word? In the rest of the world, failure is called feedback. But in a school, the feedback is something that holds you back and it doesn't feed you forward. Do we have a question here? There's a question, right? I hope somebody's writing this all down for next conference.
Thank you so much. My name is Susan from Santam. So we spoke about a few things, and I think the biggest thing we said is corruption and managing vested interest in fossil fuels. And then we spoke about the lack of good leadership in the industry. Then we tried to formulate one question about this. Then the question is, what type of leadership do we require to navigate modern day challenges like corruption, managing vested interest, and the issue of having good leadership or role models? And we sort of have a solution. I hope I'm not being forward.
Yes, you are forward. Okay. Because sometimes you need to give the question to other people. Because if you know the answer, why is it a problem? Problem is only something that you've never faced. Yeah, but the real solution might be there. And because you're limiting it here, you never get that input. But good question. So how do we grow the right kind of leadership? I assume you're talking about servant kind of leadership. And if you are a servant leader, importantly, you need to be willing to be a servant. If you're not willing to be a servant, you can never be a servant leader. Do you have a question? Where? Yes. Oh, the man with a smile.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Atingas Molana, a lecturer here in Elsenburg College. Our question is very simple. Research have been done in numerous occasions on climate change. And even if you can go to a professor and you tell him or her that you want to start to do PhD and you come up with a topic on climate change, they will tell you, please come with a new topic that is interesting. A lot of research have been done on climate change. So our question is, how do we cut the gap between the researchers and the people on the ground? Are we applying those recommendations and solutions that are being found by the researchers? Thank you.
Right, so it's sharing the information. You guys did not. Do you have something? You got a question? Are you ignoring me? No, I'll come to the older people later. Okay, I'll save you for last. Oh, sorry, my friend.
Okay, so we found that there's a large reliance on our current resources. So we formulated a question that asked how would we reduce the reliance on various resources, but it comes down to a twofold problem where communication between the science and engineering world and the people on the ground, and how that can be closed in terms of that closing of the gap and making sure that people are made aware. So it is a twofold.
So a little bit of what they spoke about as well, right? And maybe I think Eugene spoke about the 5 whys. If you ask why 5 times, if the issue disappears, then it's solved. Are we here? Who am I looking at? Thank you, sir.
So our question is more based around our education systems. Like, what does the government do post implementation? Similar to what I think she said earlier about the government removing the agricultural subjects in primary school level and high school level. So what is the government doing post implementation? Thank you.
Right, so the government should just be mindful of the finger, right? Because if you point the finger, you become a victim, and if you are a victim, you give away your power because you're waiting for other people to solve the problem. Where are we here? Thank you, sir.
Morning, everyone. Our question was, how do we get the leadership to develop policies and laws and actually enforce them? And also, how do we get our people on the ground to realize that climate change is it's the same problem as our all other socio-economic issues?
Right, so policy issue. Remember, in South Africa, there's a thing called a stop street. Ne? Normally, when you get to a stop street, you stop. But not in South Africa, right? So even though there's a rule, people don't obey it. Are you guys got something for us? Oh, great.
Hello, everybody. Me and my partner spoke about soil health and the importance of it, because if you don't have fertile soil, you won't be able to plant any crops. And our question is, how do we conserve soil health during the effects of climate change?
Right, so we have to make the mind healthy, and now we have to make the soil healthy. Right, here we... Oh, sorry, yeah. I'm coming. I'm going to be there before coffee.
So we discussed this. There are projects with possible solutions to mitigate whatever issues we are having, but then we lack resources to implement the solutions in a long term. So our question is, how can we create solutions with a sustainable blueprint?
Right, so all about sustainability and making sure that the funding and the resources go where they need to go. Are you sure you want to speak? Because you normally start by saying, I don't know if I have to speak, but I'm going to speak. Okay, it's you, right.
Okay, thank you. What we have discovered in our group as a problem, it's the lack of knowledge. And because we have the solutions, but we want to know how to get people to actually start doing what it's needed to be done, because everything is there, but no one is using it.
To go from knowledge to action, the gent.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. So our question is, how do we contextualize the climate change crisis in a way that promotes education, but also opportunity and accessibility to actually make a meaningful impact in what we need?
Right, so the context of climate change, and how does that become a driver for education?
Okay, so some of our questions have already been asked, which just shows the importance. You know, we talked about leadership and education, but one of the things that came up with us is how we noticed that, you know, how living in a city or in like urban areas sort of makes your impact higher in terms of like your carbon footprint and things compared to if you live in a rural area. And so I suppose our question is then, how can we sort of enforce better climate awareness in like things like large corporations and big cities and things, because we think that will make the biggest impact.
Right, am I here? The lady.
Hi, you guys. Yeah, here we talked more about the leadership and how the government run things. Like we do meet a couple of times, like even this one is not the first climate change that we get to meet. And then we highlight the innovations and how we can do better next time. But then actually nothing has been done collectively to agree on one common goal to mitigate the climate change. So our question actually is just more on how the government can just agree on one thing collectively. We understand that climate change affects us differently. So, but then how can they agree on one common mitigating strategy to combat climate change?
Right. Okay, so how do we get cohesion and prioritize things and, yeah?
Thank you. The overall subject that we identified as commitment, so actually acknowledging it and commit to change and perception. So the question that we've identified is we've seen a lot of disasters impacting livelihoods, and how do we move from observation towards commitment?
All right, so how does this trauma get us to action? Where am I going? Here.
We managed to come up with how farmers are not ready to change on what they believe in. And as on the research side, because we do most research and then we have to relay our results to the farmers. So our question was, how can we be less resistant to change?
How do we become less resistant? Remember, the only people who enjoy change are babies. Whenever you change their nappies. The rest of us hate change because the first response is resistance.
Yes, no, thank you for coming. Yeah, that we could also take part. Thank you very much. What we came up with is, what opportunity is there in the Western Cape for a higher population growth that we experience? What is the opportunity in that?
Right, and now to my panel, the two groups, please. What did you come up with as a question?
Okay, so I'm back. We spoke a bit about access and access to justice as well. So our question is, how do we expand access to skills, knowledge and resources to facilitate climate justice, accountability, as well as practical innovation and change?
Our question was, how do we reach or achieve a net zero emissions society such that we can ensure food, water and land security, and ensure that all our agriculture is a priority in the national budget, while still dealing with our triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, and being inclusive of gender and intergenerational equality.
All right, thanks for. Am I back on the big one now? All right. So I just thought I'd run around and just see if we get a little bit of interaction. I know that these guys introduced their projects to you. But I just thought you have half an hour, you know, to chat to them informally, because we are about to almost break for coffee. So thanks for that. I think listening to each other, there are many issues that have been raised, and I think as one of the groups said, how do we move from knowledge to actual action? And I think often we talk about education, but a challenge is that probably none of you sitting here want to go into education. So we all blame the educational system, but none of you want to become teachers who will be going back to school to help change the system from the inside. So how do we do that? How do we become agents of change? I think at the beginning you spoke about trees, and I thought trees, given what Eugene spoke about, maybe the trees is a reminder that we need to figure out how to work together. We need to build on our resilience. We need to prioritize the environment, and obviously we need to use education to help us to move forward. So as we close the session, again, thanks guys for being here, and I'm sure there'll be many conversations happening now over coffee. I'm just reminded of this Barack Obama quote: "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek." So go out and enjoy your coffee and talk to them, because they are doing some amazing things. And before you know it, you'll be back in here for part 2. Go enjoy your coffee. Don't have too many rusks. Otherwise, you become rusky. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the break. But more importantly, I hope you enjoyed the conversations that you guys were having whilst enjoying a cup of coffee or tea or even hot chocolate. So thank you for staying with our program and meeting our strict requirements. So welcome back. It's the session between coffee that will lead us into lunch. And again, it's my privilege now to hand over the podium to a person that you met yesterday, a radio journalist, a presenter, and a lover of animals. And she's going to first of all just share with us a perspective from 104 radio episodes on climate change and agriculture. And then she will also facilitate a panel discussion linked to career opportunities and also how we can go about in terms of diversification and transformation. So I'm going to hand over. If you guys are ready, you've got your questions all lined up, I'm going to hand over the microphone and the podium to Ms. Lisma van Zyl, and she will share with you that perspective, and then she will also be the moderator or the facilitator of a panel discussion that will happen afterwards, again looking at the broader career opportunities within the context of agriculture with a specific focus on climate change. So Lisma, if you are ready, my dear, the lover of animals, the journalist, the presenter who introduced the importance of communication and being effective and mindful in terms of how we engage with others. Share with us what you've learned from various episodes, and then you may facilitate the session.
Thank you. Hi guys, nice to see you all again. Before I start, I just want to call up the panel that's going to join me for this discussion, and you're going to have an opportunity to ask formidable people in this industry, in climate change, sustainability, some questions. So if I can ask the panelists, and I'm going to call them up. It's Danielle Midgley, Adelaide Chagopa, James Brent-Stein, Lauren Basson, Wendy Engel, Dr. Moses Kangale, his colleague Susan Tobela, Daniel Rousseau, and Kobus Pinaar. Thanks, guys. Hello. And I'm actually also going to ask Dr. Troutman to come up, because we're going to have a chat too. I believe you had a good day yesterday and this morning. Okay. Guys, I heard a wonderful quote yesterday as I was driving away here, and I was thinking about today's talk. Opportunities within climate change. I was thinking, it's such a vast topic. you're going to have the opportunity to ask all the questions you need about current career opportunities, what the future may hold, even the stuff that can be created by you guys, because the future's, it's open. But I heard this wonderful quote: the best way to predict the best way to predict the future is by creating it. And you guys can do it. You have the opportunity to do it. You're young and your careers are ahead of you. But I want to tell you about my career in climate change. 2 years and one of the best jobs of my life. And it's thanks to this department. Dr. Ilse Trautmann, it was her brainchild, and Professor Stephanie Midgley, excuse my back, guys, sorry. Professor Stephanie Midgley and Pietro van Rijn. Those three ladies created a radio series on RSG Radio Sonder Grense called Die Kookstuig, all about climate change and the focus being on the agriculture community and how it affects that community, you guys. And it was the best, one of the best jobs of my life as a radio and TV presenter, as a journalist. And it was not only about learning, because I learned a hell of a lot, but it was about the connections we made and the understanding and the compassion I gained for the agriculture sector. So I want to tell you about this process. It was a hell of a long journey, and the series was broadcast in 2018 and 2019, and it's being repeated on RSG at the moment. So it has legs. We spoke about it briefly yesterday. If you create good content, it gets legs. So Dr. Trautmann and Professor Midgley and Pietro sat together and they discussed the series, and they decided on radio, to do this on radio. And I'm going to speak to Dr. Trautmann about that, why specifically radio. So what happened, they came up with a list of speakers. I think that was, Stephanie, that was your baby, your responsibility. And we had 104 programs, more than 100 speakers, one of them being the Intergovernmental Climate Change Panel, Professor Engelbrecht, but I'll tell you more about the speakers now. But it was a huge journey, and for me as a journalist, not specializing in climate change, it was daunting. And working with the caliber people like Stephanie and Ilse, it was a tough task, and I had to go and do a lot of research and a lot of learning and reading. And the process was as follows. Now, I want to share this with you because you may listen to the radio and it sounds so easy, you just hear the voices, but what goes on behind the scenes is quite a challenge. So Dr. Trautmann would say to me, okay, she's going to approach this speaker. She would contact that person via email, tell the person about the Kookstuig, and literally translated, it means the mercury rises. So she would contact that speaker and prepare him for my interaction, my communication, and then I would contact that person, say, okay, can we arrange this interview, and I'll give him the time and date. And very often, as a few of you may know, the people ask for the questions beforehand. So I would sit and I would script the text for a specific episode and come up with the questions, and then I would send it to Ilse and Stephanie and Pietro, and they would check my facts and they would send it back to me, and okay, so we're ready to go. Then I would arrange with Lindsay Johnson. He was our sound engineer and one of the most brilliant, and I'm not saying this lightly, sound engineers in South Africa. And he started his own studio at his home in Goodwood. So I would let Lindsay know, this is the time and date for the interview, who we're speaking to, and I would send him the script and the text and the questions. So I would always arrive half an hour to an hour early before the interview. Ilse would provide us with cookies beforehand, so it was always a very welcoming atmosphere. But Lindsay and I had our ritual. We would go and stand outside, have a cup of coffee, and we would just chill for 10 minutes and then discuss the interview, what will be happening, check all the technicalities inside the studio that everything is right. And then we would wait for our speaker, and the speaker would come in. And it's very important, if you do, people are quite scared of a microphone. So you have to make them feel comfortable. So when the speaker arrives, we would drink coffee, have some biscuits, and just talk lightly and get to know each other a little bit. So by the time they walked into the studio, and they were always surprised because it's state of the art. It's small, but it's absolutely, I think, James, there's a couple of you who can attest to it, James, it was a funky little studio.
Very nice.
And, sorry? Yeah, so you had that too. And then we would go inside and we'd test the sound levels and we would start recording. But Lindsay and I have been working together for more than 20 years, so we know each other very well. And sound, the quality of sound is incredibly important. And Lindsay's fine ear, he would pick up a pilot getting into a plane at Oliver Tambo. I promise you, his ear is so fine, it's not only a plane, he picks up everything, and we would stop immediately. So there could be no disturbances. It has to be very quiet, and we would start again if there's any disturbance, or a dog barking. So, and another very important aspect of this process to make people feel comfortable was humor. So we spoke to, I told you yesterday, some of the foremost scientists in the world. We spoke to farmers, farm workers. We spoke to people across the spectrum. And when they sit, many of them will freeze up. They are nervous in front of the microphone. And although it wasn't live, and we would keep saying to them, please don't worry, we edit, they would be nervous and they would stumble, and it was up to us to make them feel comfortable and at home, and we'll start again. So it's a slow process and a gentle process with lots of patience. But the humor was a very important thing, and I remember specifically 2 incidents. The one is a gentleman who specializes in marine biology. Again, I spoke about that yesterday. And he started speaking about our fumes and not driving all these SUVs, and he went on about that. Lovely guy, and we had a very good conversation with him. But as we walked outside to go and say goodbye, he had this massive Toyota, this old 1910 model, what do you call these? What do you call this? Land Cruiser. Land Cruiser. And we couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed. I mean, he was preaching about fumes and about gas and everything, and he drives a Land Cruiser. Okay, and then the other one, and I actually need to read you this joke if I remember it. And it was a serious speaker, and he was saying, we all have to do our part for the environment. And there are many different ways we can save on energy. I normally use the couch. So, it just came from a beautiful place. These serious scientists, but we joked and we laughed. So what would happen then, we would do the interview, we would thank them, walk them to their car, and then Lindsay and I would go back into the studio, first have another cup of coffee, and then we would start editing, and that was a process. Depending on the speaker's speech and the ers and the ahs, so that took a couple of hours, sometimes more, sometimes less. And as I also mentioned yesterday, we always try to keep it as natural as possible. So if a person does stutter a little bit or has ums and ahs, we will keep some of it in to keep normal speech and normal flow, but we will tighten it up a lot. So it's very clean when you guys listen to it. And then that on my way back, after Lindsay and I edited, I would phone Ilse and I would say, okay, done. We would always check in afterwards and have a bit of a discussion about the specific interview. And then I would start with a digital version for RSG, so writing everything up, giving them promos so they can throw forward to that specific program. And then it will be packaged. I would send them intros. So RSG will have our program with an introduction, with an ending, and they would then play it in on a weekly basis. And we went on air on the 6th of April 2018. But guys, what makes this so special for me is not only the learning, because I learned a huge amount, but it was the interaction, the humanity. People, some not such great speakers, others brilliant, but it didn't matter. Because people came there and they spoke from the heart and they were willing to share their knowledge and their passion. And what we did from the start, we tried to be solutions driven. So yes, there's a lot of doom and gloom, as you've heard, but there's also a lot of hope. And I think Ilse and I, during the last episode, that was what we discussed, episode 104, what we got out of it. And what we took out of Die Kookstuig was the resilience of you guys, the agriculture sector. Amid all the challenges and the trials and tribulations, the incredible passion you have and the determination and the willingness to learn, to adapt. And that was such a big thing in our series, is to just say, guys, let's stand together. And yesterday in the clip we played, you heard two farmers, Sakjurist in, what's the, MG Lotter. And they spoke about how important it is for the farming community to stand together, to take hands, and to support each other. And MG said yesterday that he's also just a jockey, and he also just needs some input and some support. And the department is one of the places that provides that support with all the projects and initiatives and the wonderful people. But I'm very grateful that I could have been part of that journey, and we spoke to people across such a broad spectrum: botanists, scientists, researchers, farmers, as I said, learners, teachers. The list goes on and on. And the one interview, do you guys drink coffee? You drink coffee, all of you, eh? Do you know how many cups of coffee get consumed per day in the world? Take a guess. It's bitter baie. 400 billion a day. We spoke to this guy from England, from the UK, and he was saying the bad news is that by the turn of the century, 50% of the soil of the land would be lost for coffee production. But we had fascinating interviews with people from overseas, such as this gentleman, and then we had a Dutch speaker. And we thought it would be absolutely fine to speak to him, for him to speak Dutch. We would be able to understand. And we got him on Skype, and he started talking. And Lindsay and I just, this is not going to work. We didn't understand a word, so he had to switch to English. So that was also an interesting aspect. Although you can be so well prepared, and you have to be well prepared if you go into any interview, but things can change, and you have to adapt. And there's load shedding, you know, so you have to adapt, but you have to plan very carefully. But for me, it was one of the best journeys of my life, and I'm grateful to Ilse and her team for allowing me to present that series. And yeah, I will forever remember it, and I hope you will consider doing one again in the near future. But I want to bring Ilse in on this. Because why radio? This is a digital age. I spoke about the internet briefly yesterday. This is a digital age. Why not social media? Why not blogs and vlogs and or television even? Why radio? And that's where I want to bring Ilse in. Ilse, you decided it has to be radio. And why specifically radio? Why not any other medium? Can I pass you this one?
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. Lisma, yes, thank you. I think our department is very progressive in terms of communication. And the study we did about, Mary, was it 4 or 5 years ago? We looked at communication vehicles with our farmers, and radio came out tops. So if you guys think people do not listen to radio, you're very wrong. And I think radio is one of those vehicles where you can chewing gum and do some ironing, if you know what I mean. Your radio's in the background. You can listen to Die Koekstuig whilst you are doing something else. And we had a captive audience of about 300,000 people listening every Friday to Die Koekstuig. And that's the pure reason why we decided on that. It was a wild idea. Pietro and myself went to Pretoria. We spoke to the head of RSG, Magdalene Kruger, and we said, we've got this idea, and she said, let's do it. Now, lo and behold, we did not think about what we sold then. Because we thought she's going to say, no, you know what, climate change, lots of stories about it. And she said, let's do it. And then we realized we're in for a job. And it was a magnificent job, to such an extent that after 52 programs of a year, RSG said to us, it's been so successful, let's go for another year. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's very exciting. But remember, there's a pair of ears listening to you on the other side of the line. So you can't keep on giving them the same topic and the same speaker week after week. I can't go week 1, water, week 2, water. People will just switch off the radio. So we had to keep the agenda so interesting. Then it's the effect of climate change on coffee. The next time it's the effect of climate change on some of the vultures in South Africa. It was so a diverse group of speakers. Only one speaker out of 104 programs. One we approached said, no, I don't want to speak. The others came. So my answer is quickly, we see in agriculture radio as very powerful. Thank you.
And Ilse, also in the rural areas, it plays a big role, radio.
Yes, if you go on the website and you put in Africa agriculture radio, you will be amazed how much radio stations and radio programs are there for agriculture. So if you're looking for a career in journalism, go for radio agriculture. I mean, you can work everywhere in the world, and now with podcasts and all those new technologies coming to the fore, that's the way to go to get your message across.
And I want to ask you also what you took out of it. You and I had that discussion at the end, but I want to ask you what
I got from it was, first of all, we started with a Smart Agri Plan, and by the way, for all of you, I said it yesterday, on your linear, there's a memory stick, you'll have the Smart Agri Plan there, a lovely plan that was compiled by Stephanie and her team way back in 2016, but we saw communication of climate change as so important. However, when we were in the process of finding speakers to talk about climate change, I came to one conclusion, and I'm still of the same opinion. We have the best experts on climate change in South Africa. You know, sometimes we don't think local is lekker. We always want to go and find something overseas. We've got excellent, excellent speakers. We've got excellent young speakers. And I think we should not underestimate the quality and the experts and the excellence we have within South Africa on this topic.
And I think we can both agree we walked away with hope, both you and I. In that final discussion we said we have hope. We have some of the most clever people, and we can actually look forward to a bright future because we have all this determination and the intelligence.
We never told the speaker what to say. You get your topic and you invite the person, and we never said to the person, keep back on this. We didn't tamper with the content because otherwise it's an artificial exercise. We said, tell us about this topic and tell us about the impact of climate change. Then they came with the first entry of the program with doom and gloom. But they were just 2 minutes into the program. Then they themselves came up with solutions, which is great. I mean, that is what you need to hear. And also we had a huge amount of feedback from RSG on people phoning in from all walks of life saying, Brilliant program. I enjoyed that. So people were listening and paying attention to it.
Yeah, thank you, Ilse. Now, I remember there were two speakers. One, we spoke about plastics, and the speaker came in, he was very defensive. And as the interview progressed, he softened up, because we also opened our eyes and ears to what he had to say. We have opened, and he was willing to listen to my questions and the criticism I had, and eventually we came together. And the other quite controversial one was the meat, eating meat. That was quite a difficult one, but it's all about how you approach the speaker, and in the end you find solutions, as Ilse said. Thank you very much. Guys, we are lucky enough today to have a panel of experts, people passionate about their specific domains, and I want to introduce you to them. And today is the opportunity for you guys to ask questions. And I want to tell you, I've been communicating with them over the last week, and I've asked them what career opportunities, to please prepare some career opportunities within their fields for you guys, you know, to aspire to. And Lauren came back to me, Lauren Basson from Green Cape came back to me, and she said, the question is not what career opportunities there are, but is there any career opportunities in going forward without having climate change in that mix? And I think that is so important. So I want to start off with Daniel. We're just going to start, and please introduce yourself, 2-3 minutes, come and stand here and tell us what you do. And guys, we're going to have all the speakers introduce themselves and then please ask questions. This is such a golden opportunity. You're never going to have a bunch of people like this together. So, Daniel, very welcome. Thank you. The mic is yours.
Thank you, Lisma. Yeah, good morning. Oh, yeah, it's still morning, yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, at some stage it felt like an AA meeting, sitting there and listening. So I just want to confess before I start, I drive a Land Cruiser, unfortunately. But in the last few months I've driven it a lot slower than usual, you know, just to save a bit on diesel. And I'm a coffee addict. And just for information purposes, I think 1 cup of coffee, it takes 15 liters of water to make 1 cup of coffee, to create 1 cup of coffee. So it is a huge impact. So I'm an addict, so I confess. Yeah, but please don't crucify me on that. Yeah, my name is Daniel Rousseau. I'm the functional head, agriculture, at Nedbank's relationship channels. I'm an agric-economist by trade within the banking system. I graduated from Stellenbosch in 1990, so way before most of you were born. Studied agricultural economics. Yeah, I was actually just thinking about a little story. Linking to what Prof. Klute said, you know, he said he was born and he grew up. So they tell a story about the guy also had to do an introduction of himself. He started with, I was born at a very young age. So, yeah, so I also was born at a very young age. I live in Wellington. My office is supposed to be Paul, but as part of COVID and also Nedbank's contribution then to climate change, we all work from home. I manage a team of 13 agricultural economists across the country. So basically I look on a national level at agriculture within Nedbank relationship channels. Basically, if I can tell you just in 2 or 3 sentences about what we do. You know, firstly, we are bankers. Secondly, we're passionate about the environment. So if we talk about the banking side, firstly, it is all about growth, identifying growth opportunities and driving that growth within the bank, especially then with our sales teams. The other side of the business, and that for me is actually the most important part, is risk quantification. It is doing comprehensive viability studies, taking into account all risks that a farmer or an agribusiness face, and then how a client then mitigates against that risk, how we as a bank mitigate against that risk, and the impact then thereof on our client's financial situation and cash flow. So, you know, when we talk about climate change, I think it links to what the banking side of the business. When we talk about climate change, for me it is just one of the risk factors of sustainability. Now, sustainability for me focused basically on 3 legs. The one is obviously environmental sustainability. The second one is financial sustainability. And the third one is social sustainability. And climate change impact on all 3 those sustainability factors. So for us, it's important basically to look at all 3. And then just to finish off, I mean, I can talk about environmental sustainability. You know, they say all banks are banks, but it's not really true. Just look at the colors of our logos. Nedbank is green. Nedbank is, and I think that differentiates us from other banks. Nedbank is passionate about sustainability, about stewardship, about the environment. And I think if you just Google a bit about Nedbank and the environment, you will see that since 1990 already, we've partnered with the WWF through the Nedbank Green Trust, where over the last 31 years, we contributed with our clients in excess of 300 million rand to approximately 200 sustainability and environmental projects. Also then conservation projects over the last 31 years. We've also joined with WWF in 2012, formerly the Nedbank Agri team, with the WWF Sustainable Agri Program. And over the last 10 years, we've spent a lot of money and a lot of energy on a number of projects. What we're currently busy with, and Wendy can tell you more about that, is looking at water catchment areas. At this stage, specifically focused on the Eastern Cape, looking at the bigger Mzimvubu catchment area as well as the bigger Kouga catchment areas, doing alien clearing, and also rehabilitation then, of soil in those specific regions, you know, for the benefit of the whole community there. But I just said to somebody, you know, that you can't just do alien clearing of invasive species and you don't plant on the other hand. So we're also involved in another project, and that's where I'm finishing off, another project that I'm particularly proud of. It's part of the Boland Trees for Bees Pledge Fund. We do it with a non-profit organization called GreenPop, where GreenPop is responsible for planting trees, but not just planting trees, but also planting bee-friendly trees, indigenous species. And with the WWF, as part of that whole initiative that we started with the last 2 years, is also now look at foraging, not just planting trees, but also look at foraging, basically to increase the health of our biodiversity as well. And we're linking to the fruit industry with that. So, you know, when you talk about job opportunities within the banking environment, you talk about physical banking, but it is much more. There's so much more opportunities. We actually have a climate change and sustainability team as well that support us on the financing side. But I must say, if you look at the future, I think being in the banking space and having then the opportunity to actually be part of this change towards a more climate resilient environment, I think I'm really looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Shorter than Danielle. Afternoon, everyone. So Danielle pays my salary, but I sit in WWF, so I always have to watch what I say. So just kind of following on from Danielle's AA confession, I drive a Fiat 500, so I think I can get some brownie points for that. My name is Wendy Engel, and I lead the Sustainable Finance team at WWF. WWF is a conservation NGO. And I've been there since we started the Nedbank partnership, since 2013. So I'm very excited to be here today and to share a little bit with you about what we do. So essentially my role at WWF is in finance. We look to reward and incentivize behavior. So Lizma shared with you that all of us can have a role to play in the choices that we make, right? And so in finance and investment, many of you are starting your career trajectory, so maybe not saving that much yet. But what we do in the finance team at WWF is we work with banks like Nedbank, we work with insurers like Sanlam, we work with asset managers like an Old Mutual or Coronation Fund, and essentially our work with them is to look at how banks, insurers and investors can start integrating environmental issues and, very importantly, climate change issues in the way that they allocate their funding. So it's very exciting. It's a very new field. I've been in this role since 2012. My background, proud Marty graduate, agricultural economics as well. And then I specialized in environmental economics and been working in finance. And I just want to echo what Ilse shared about having the really good experts in South Africa. I was fortunate enough to go and do some courses on economics of climate change at a university in Italy. And when I arrived and we were introducing ourselves for a course on climatology, the lecturer, I remember his name, Professor Castellari, said, well, what are you doing here? Are you from South Africa? And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, UCT, a climatology unit, an oceanography unit, is the best in the world. And they work quite closely with those scientists. So I think that just echoes what Ilse was saying, and often, you know, as South Africans, we think the grass is greener or we should go abroad, and when one arrives there, they tell you that actually it could be better at home. So I think that just, yeah, kind of testament to that. Then in terms of what WWF could offer you and how we have positioned ourselves in terms of careers in climate change, I think a really good starting point is a graduate placement program that we have. So we invite every 2 years graduates, masters or honors graduates to apply to a graduate program, so it's paid for, and you get work experience and a networking opportunity, and it is for the traditional, what we call green careers, so that would be an ecologist, a marine biologist, but then also the more what we call newer green careers, so that would be, like Daniel mentioned, a sustainability manager, or a environmental economist. And so what we found from the interns is that they really enjoy either being placed within WWF in one of our programs. So like Lauren mentioned, climate change is now integrated across all areas of work in WWF. That's our land program, our marine program, food and agriculture, wildlife, freshwater. So you get the opportunity to work with one of our teams in those programs, or then we have partnerships with a whole lot of different private businesses or financial institutions. So we've got this very long-standing partnership with Nedbank for about 30 years, and now our agriculture partnership from 2012. So we've had interns that we place within Nedbank who've worked with the climate change team, and really good success stories. We recently, one of the interns that worked at Nedbank for quite a long time was then headhunted from Rand Merchant Bank. So just to say that this field is quite, we could say, niche, and there's a lot of demand. So even in my work with banks, insurers, and investors, they're looking for a skill set, someone who's got a combination of a, let's say, environmental, natural science with a business or banking or investment, and they're really, I mean, you can sort of count, yeah, on two hands probably, the number of people that have those skill sets in South Africa at the moment. So I'd encourage you, it's really an exciting field, whether it's here in South Africa or abroad. Yeah, so I think Lisma from my side, that's just a little introduction. Yeah.
Good morning, James is my name, and it's nice to be here. I am going to speak from my personal capacity, private capacity, if you don't mind, and I can say things like I don't like banks. With respect to my colleagues on the platform, I used to be a journalist, I used to be an accountant, then a journalist for about 12 years, and I now work in government. And when I say I don't like banks, it's nothing personal. So I think there's two messages, right? The first is we need more people to know about what's going on and to contribute to the conversation out there. Okay, there's lots of conflicting messaging going on, and there's lots of differences of opinion, and in government it's very often difficult to make decisions, and often we're pushed into one area and then later you get criticized quite heavily for it, or not, or you miss things, because I think often there's not enough people talking about or understanding the issues. And one of the issues I want to mention where banks come in, for example, I mean, we're being load shed stage 6, stage 4, everybody who likes load shedding, right? Nobody. So one of the difficult conversations one has to have is banks at the moment aren't funding fossil fuel power stations anymore, which in my view technically is the correct thing to do, right? But there's a reality that we're going to run out of electricity. So what do we prefer? Do we say we've got to phase it out, for example, and banks should still be financing some parts of fossil fuel while we're phasing in a green technology, for example? Or should we say, no, we must do away with coal and gas-fired power stations, and we must stop funding them because we don't want them, and they're dirty and they're filthy, and we must only look at wind and solar, but understanding that there's a very real likelihood we'll have load shedding for the next 50 years. Okay, so that's one of the arguments and the debates out there which people don't talk about. When we look at renewables, we look at wind and solar, nobody's talking about the waste that generates. So when you look at all of these millions and millions and millions of solar panels that's now being generated and rolled out across the world, and you think of what's happens with old IT, right? It gets dumped. Where does it get dumped? In poor African countries. What's going to happen with all these old solar panels that last about 10 to 15 years? Where's it going to go? Do you know what solar panels are made of? Very toxic materials. So if we're going to be dumping them in landfills somewhere, it's going to have an impact. These are some of the conversations that I think that young people need to be part of. You need to be thinking, you need to be reading, you need to be contributing, to inform the opinion of the public out there, who is very to a large extent still very naive. And now on the positive side and about the job creation, so I really think there's a hell of a lot of potential for youngsters. 20 years, I wish I was 20 again. And really, when you look at our electricity problems, it really comes down to that, right? So the recent report said in the next 25 years, about 250,000 new jobs are going to be created in the renewable energy space. So wind and solar farms, we need new electricity, and it's being ramped up, and there's a lot of money being thrown at it by all the banks and all the other institutions at the moment. So that's definitely a space where there's a tremendous amount of potential in the immediate to medium and long term renewables energy sector. The other sector, of course, in my view, would be recycling, I think, and reusing things that we just chuck out on dumps. I think that's two sectors that I'm very excited about, that I think that people could look at. I hope I'm not depressing people too much, but certainly, and I think those are the contributions I can make. And then on the resilience side, I think that's where agriculture has done a lot, as we've heard. That Smart Agri Plan really was a good piece of work. But we need, 2016, we need these kind of policy stuff to be updated. I also worked when I was in government in the province with disasters. And when we're not being resilient, when we are not planning ahead, when we're not putting in place or doing things differently, when it's business as usual, we're going to be caught with our pants down. And we saw that with the drought in Cape Town in 2017-18, where within, the city's dams were below 10%. They were literally talking about you're going to go, everyone in 4.8 million people are going to collect water every day out of a bucket. I mean, it was horrific. In Port Elizabeth at the moment, you've got the same sort of situation. So these are realities. These are not things that these are not pie in the sky situations. And managing those disasters, that's another area where we really need good people to say, listen, when there's a crisis, how do we respond? What do we need to do? How do we prevent this from reoccurring? I'll end off with a little joke. So the devil's walking down Long Street last week, and he's walking down Long Street, and he's wearing his cloak and his little stick with his hockey. Nobody recognizes him, and he's getting irritated because he's the devil, right? And he taps a guy on the shoulder and he says, "Hi, do you know who I am?" And the guy says, "No idea." He says, "Don't you know who I am?" He says, "No, but you can give me a clue." So he says, "They call me the Prince of Darkness." So he said, "You must be the CEO of Eskom."
I actually want to ask you about everything the city is doing to get us off the grid. Yesterday when I spoke about science and communication, I said to you, it's so important for scientists to be able to communicate. And I want to single out James today. I've known him for a long time, and when we spoke about Day Zero yesterday as well, I told you about this massive communication drive, and James was very much part of that. And because he has been a journalist and he knows about storytelling and he is a writer as well, he had the ability to communicate all that info from the city of Cape Town about what Day Zero will entail. So I think you're a very good example of somebody in an official capacity, in a scientific capacity with lots of data, but to be able to convey it to the general public. Guys, our next...
Can I just add
Yeah.
something very quickly? I just want to give people a very... sorry to interrupt. Sorry, guys. So just an interesting thing about Day Zero and the impact communications makes, all right, and why we need to speak about stuff and we need to remember and remind each other all the time. So Day Zero, City of Cape Town was using just before the drought about 1.2 billion litres of water per day. Okay, 1.2 billion litres of water per day. So we're running out of water and we had about 10 days of water left. And well, then we started the communication strategy of reducing water usage, and we managed to bring the water usage in Cape Town down to below 500 million litres, from 1.2 billion to about 480 million litres of water per day. It's unprecedented. Globally, people are still writing to us. And at the moment we're at about 700. But it just shows you how much the immediate impact you can make, and that got us through.
Wait, before you go. I want to also, we spoke about the shock tactic yesterday, and in the interview we did with you on Die Kookstuig, you still said it was a bit of a shock tactic by local government, by the city, to say we're going to turn off the taps, yet it worked. But it's still a debate whether it was the right way to go. Have you thought about that in the meantime? Because that's something we discussed in our interview.
I think it worked. So in we are in disaster, and when you're really heading for a wall, you got to do all the stops, and it worked. It was a terrifying situation, but it got us through a terrible situation. I mean, imagine the city of Cape Town has no water, and of course we were saved later by a very good rainfall season. But it helped push us through into the rainfall season. But no, I think it works. We didn't want to go there. I know we had massive debates. Do we say this? Do we show these pictures of people standing next to a prototype where you're going to get your water from? Do we tell people? Do we call it Day Zero? We didn't want to do that. A lot of people said no, and we just said we have to do this because we are heading for this wall right now. We're going to crash. And in my view, it worked. Absolutely.
You got a lot of flack from national government as well.
Yes, but look at Port Elizabeth, with great respect, and not casting any fingers. They still don't have water restrictions in place. Can you believe it? They still don't have water restrictions in that municipality. It's unacceptable. That's it.
Passionate. Guys, our next speaker, and when I saw her title, I thought, yeah, this is fascinating, this is exciting. Danielle Midgley, attorney, Activist Support and Training Program, Centre for Environmental Rights. So Danielle and her colleague Adelaide are activist lawyers, and I love that. It's got this brazen, and I want to ask you, is it such a glamorous career? It sounds very, very brave. Danielle, it's over to you. I just want to take these away.
Thank you, Lizman. Thank you for inviting us activist lawyers to be able to speak to as well. As Lizma said, my name is Danielle Midgley. I work at an NGO called the Centre for Environmental Rights, and we are a group of about 30 to 40 environmental attorneys, and we use litigation and advocacy to advance the constitutional environmental rights of particularly communities, but South Africa as a whole. So we do that through litigation, which is often some of the more high-profile work we do. It's often challenging decisions that government makes, for instance, to authorize new coal mines or to decide on an energy mix, which we don't think is a sustainable path for South Africa. And then in terms of the advocacy component, we do a lot of training, and as Elizabeth said, I'm an attorney in one of our 4 programs where we spend a lot of time traveling around and training communities who are facing various environmental issues, often as a result of living next to mines or air pollution, air quality issues, water or waste issues. And we train communities and activists on basic human rights and some of the laws which are supposed to give tools to access information, for instance, or how to challenge government decisions. I also spend a few days a week following what's happening in Parliament and feeding that information back to my teams. Environmental law is a very fast-paced, changing field, and it takes a lot to stay on top of all the developments. And I'm very happy to talk to you about some of the cases that we are busy with, but it's a very rewarding type of path to choose if you have an activist heart and want to use our really phenomenal constitutional right to a healthy environment. I must say my job gives me great job satisfaction, but I definitely wouldn't call it glamorous at all.
But that word activist, it's such a strong word. If I think about activists, I think about Greenpeace, I think about, that's, you know, the connotation. And your colleague, very welcome to you, Adelaide. You're a candidate attorney at CR.
Yes.
What made you go into this direction?
So my path has been a little bit of a winding one for a long time, and still I'm a firm believer in academia and the path and the strength of pursuing academia. So for me, it's always been human rights and environmental law, and I always proclaimed quite firmly that if I was ever going to do articles, it was going to be at CER. So I was on my way to do my doctoral studies in adaptability and resilience of water systems in South Africa, in the context of what James spoke about, you know, day zero, and how, although it was survivable in Cape Town, it's not necessarily survivable in other areas of South Africa. So the historical context of that and the future of water systems. So I threw spaghetti at the wall, saw where it landed, and I got a position at CER. So now I pursue all these really intense cases whilst also trying to maintain a curiosity about the law in South Africa, which is incredibly exciting. We have, I think, a very progressive legal framework around environment. So I'd like to do that on the side while still working and familiarizing myself with these honestly life-changing cases for the people we deal with, and also broadly for South Africa, because we are setting precedents, and there is a bit of a tussle with government, with companies, but you know, it's about advancing what we believe is best for the country.
Does people who join CR, like the group of people here, do they have to have a legal background?
I think if you are going to do the whole, if you want to be an attorney, then by law, the rules say you need to have a legal background. But there is space for program directors, there is program coordinators, you don't need a legal background. There is space for researchers, you don't necessarily need to have a legal qualification, but I think to be familiar with how that works. But I think more, and I think this is what makes CR different, it's about your ideological point of view. You can always learn things, but you can't learn passion, you can't learn dedication. So all of these things, you can go learn them, but we cannot teach you the drive that makes you wake up. Because it's not glamorous, as Danny said. It can be very sad. You will experience several existential crises, but you will get up in the morning and try again and do it again.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. We're looking forward to hearing more about those life-changing cases, and I hope you're getting your questions ready. Our next speaker is Lauren. Welcome from, I told you about the question that I posed, and she said, the question is actually, is there anything going forward that will not be related to climate change? Lauren Basson, Green Cape, welcome.
So hello everyone, I work for an organisation called Green Cape. We're a not-for-profit organisation, and we work very much as an interface between government, industry and academia. And our role is to effectively transform the economy to a green economy by accelerating the rate at which green technologies are taken up. Now, I know that many of you work in research, and you may be developing new technologies. And you may be familiar with something called the adoption of innovation curve. And basically what it says is that when there's a new innovation, there'll be a couple of people who are the early adopters. Those are those adventurous people that are willing to take risk. And then once that technology has proven itself, there's this challenge of pushing the boulder up the hill. Because there's these early adopters, and they're incredibly important. There are innovators, they demonstrate to people that it can work. But there's a complete mindset shift, particularly if it has to completely change the way that people do things and challenge old beliefs. there's an enormous challenge of pushing that boulder up the hill so that the majority of people start adopting those technologies. And that's really where Green Cape fits in. We work with technologies that are already economically viable, and there's some barrier that's preventing the majority of people from taking up those technologies. And we try and speak to people. So one of the things we're best at is drinking lots of coffee. Because what we've learned is that most of what we know that's really useful comes from speaking to people, speaking to a diversity of people, people with different opinions, people from different disciplinary backgrounds, because we're dealing with very complex systems. And one of the greatest lessons I ever learned was actually while I was doing research. And I read, for one of the things I was analyzing, a book by a guy with the unfortunate name of Michael Jackson, because nobody took him seriously. But what he said is that one should always remember that one way of seeing is also a way of not seeing. And that's why what we try to do is sit in that interface, listen to the government, listen to industry, listen to academics, listen to people who are economists, listen to people who are engineers, listen to people who are scientists. And between being able to, and social scientists and philosophers, and by rapidly getting lots of perspectives, you understand the full complexity of a problem, and you identify what are the key levers that you can use to change that situation. And that's what Green Cape does, is we speak to lots of people. We look like we're not really doing work, but we're listening and we're understanding complexity. And then we work out, okay, what is the barrier? Is it that somebody doesn't have enough information? Is it that someone is hesitant to make a decision because, for example, they see this technology as risky? Is it that this technology is so new that actually the policies and the regulations haven't kept pace, and this policy is pushing it and that policy is blocking it? And we then go in and have conversations with people. We focus very much on people, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to ask somebody who would have made one decision to make a different decision. You know, choosing to invest in a green technology, choosing, as you do in conservation agriculture, to take a long-term view of realizing that the change I've got to make is going to take time, and finding the support for that person to make that change. So what it means in terms of career opportunities is that we actually employ almost everyone. So we do have a fundamental, because we're working within the economy and because we're working with technology, we have a multitude of engineers, mechanical, civil. I, for example, have a background in chemical engineering. We employ scientists, we work in energy, water, circular economy, agriculture and green finance. So we'll employ scientists that are soil scientists, we'll employ scientists that are environmental scientists. We employ economists, but even a lot of our work is as much on the supply of green technology as on the demand of green technologies. So we employ people in communications, people in community engagement, so that they can explain to people what the benefits are of taking up these technologies. So we basically bash down the barriers. It's not the greatest example, but we bash down the barriers and all the obstacles in pushing these technologies up the hill and getting the majority of people to adopt them. But we are very dependent on people like you coming out of a research environment and coming out of different disciplines to start developing those innovations. And that's where I think there's a personal message in this for me as well, as from my own experience, as well as from the Green Cape experience. As a young person, one of the base contributions you can make is to become very solid in your base discipline. To work for a while in that base discipline so that you really have a strong voice from the discipline that you're coming, that you can say from the perspective of an economist, from the perspective of a scientist. But then, as most people have pointed out here, is to match that with a different discipline, either through formal training or through the company you keep. If we look at some of the greatest, South Africa at the moment is one of the leaders in the production of insect protein from organic residues. That came as a result of a couple of friends sitting around a braai, one an entomologist, another an economist, a guy working in solid waste, and saying, if we combine our problems and solutions, we can come up with something completely new. So, and I think that's also why Green Cape is so successful as well, is because we have people from multiple disciplines that know their disciplines well, but also listen to the voice of other disciplines, not in a confrontational view, but into this view of how do we bring what we know collectively together and synthesize something new. And that very much is, I think, how this community, of hopefully the person next to you is studying something completely different or doing something completely different. Because I think it requires the multitude of us, to take up these challenges. And I think the last thing I probably want to say one thing about Department of Agriculture, which is a thank you. I mentioned this thing about barriers. We work on the supply of green technologies and the demand for green technologies. And what Ilse and the team recognized is that there's all these green technologies out, but farmers don't necessarily know about them. So one of the great innovations they brought to us was to say, could we create a website? It's called the Green Agri website, where you can put information about green technologies in an accessible way for farmers. So that's where we dealt with an information barrier. We deal a lot at the moment in finance, in getting people to understand that you can that the technologies can be financeable, finding ways of actually getting a pipeline of businesses that people who have money that want to invest in green technologies can invest in. But I guess then my final point, in addition to the thank you for Ilse for that trust in us to do the Green Agri website, is very much to realize that you as an individual, by building a network, a diverse network in which having conversations with people, getting to understand different disciplines, you can be the innovators. And I think that's where agriculture, which is by its very nature so multidisciplinary, almost puts you at an advantage, because by the very nature of what you're studying, it is multidisciplinary. So embrace that and get to know the person next to you and see what you can learn from them. And that's very much my day-to-day life at Green Cape, is I don't think there's a day in which I don't learn from someone who thinks differently from me.
I just want to ask you, Lauren, listening to you, does it take a lot of persuasion? It must be tough trying to convince people to adapt their thinking and to become more open-minded. It must be quite hard. And I would like you to tell us about the process maybe a bit later, but it cannot be easy. It must be quite a tough ask. Our next speaker is Dr. Moses Kangale from Santam. He's manager of stakeholder programs, and I think he's one of those people that Lauren was speaking about, pushing that boulder up the hill every day. Welcome. Nice to have you.
No, thanks, and good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to share thought or two. Just from an introduction point, my name is Moses Kangale. I am a disaster management practitioner by training, having been involved in disaster management since 2001. Before joining Santam, I worked for the National Disaster Management Center for 10 years, and I was heading the fire services unit nationally. So when you talk about day zero and the politics that goes with it, I'm also quite very familiar with that, because we were looking at that from a national disaster management perspective, and the whole thing around PE and what is happening there is also, there's a lot of lessons that one can share. I was in PE on Monday, 2 days back, and I'm not going to go into the details of what could be done differently and so on, because that's not the purpose of the session. So from 1 February, I joined Santam, and as the program director indicated, I lead a program called Partnership for Risk and Resilience. So this is a program that Santam uses to build resilience in partnership with district municipalities and metros. And since this program started in 2012, I've always been involved in the program from the National Disaster Management side. So we have supported 82 municipalities. It was 63, but we are supporting a further 19 this year. So part of the reason why it is critical for an insurance business to be involved in this work is that insurances are involved in risk management. And if you look at the risks that are prevalent in South Africa, you find that in the main you have got a flooding, which happens quite frequently. And we see in what we call the east coast of South Africa, we see more and more erratic and extreme weather events. That's what we have seen from Port St. John's going up to Ilembe, including in eThekwini and so on. So flooding is a key risk that is faced by South Africa, but that is also faced by the insurances because they underwrite these risks. And then another risk is fire, which is mostly felt fires, where you will also find that climate change is impacting the intensity, the frequency of these fires. We see a lot more fires. I mean, the fires we saw in Knysna in 2017 were of a scale that no fire department could have managed, because you were basically having a fire burning a huge house every 5 minutes. So it doesn't matter how big the fire department is. The conditions were perfect for that situation. And then another hazard that we deal with is drought. So if you look at it, the reason why this program is there and why we partner with municipalities is to be able to contribute to building resilience of municipalities and communities, but also to de-risk environments so that you are able to have less damages coming through as a result of disasters. So that is the essence of the work that we do. Hence, we play a support role to municipalities. We partner with districts, with metros. And why is it relevant for purpose of today's discussion is that these three hazards, drought, fire, and flooding, they are what we call hydrometeorological hazards. So in other words, they are impacted upon by climate. Whether an area has become more hotter is a function of climate. Whether it will become more wetter is a function of climate. And what is the implication from a risk management point? If it becomes more wetter, more erratic, like we see in Durban, what do you think are the claims that are going to be coming through? It's lots, it's billions of rands. If it becomes more drier, remember, the drier it is, the more it is prone to fires as well. So you have all those problems. And if you look at Nelson Mandela Bay now, it has been experiencing drought for quite a while. And hence it has, apart from institutional systems that could have been improved, they currently are struggling to reduce demand and so on and so forth. But it's a function of climate as well. But if you look at it now and you put it in the context of fires and insurance, what it means is that if you have a big fire now in Nelson Mandela Bay and your hydrants are dry, and effective firefighting requires sufficient supplies of water, how do you fight those fires? What do you think will happen from a claim point and losses point? It means you're gonna have lots of losses, and then that affects the insurance as well. So that is part of why we're involved in this work to build resilience. And part of what we do, we support, in partnership with CSIR, we have a program to support district municipalities to develop climate change adaptation plans through the Green Book, which is an online platform developed by CSIR. And part of what we pick up as we engage, we're supporting 10 municipalities this year, 9 district and 1 metro. And we pick up from a career point that the majority of district municipalities have still not institutionalized climate change adaptation. So in other words, we will walk into a district, including, we're supporting Cape Winelands, for example, as part of this initiative. You find that most of them, not Cape Winelands, but generally as we work, they don't have dedicated focal persons to drive climate change adaptation programs. So there's a career opportunity there in the sense that as we work with the municipalities and as the climate change and everybody start realizing the urgency of the situation, more and more institutional capacities will be required by district and metros so that they are able to mainstream climate change adaptation as well. So just before I deal with the career, so what do we do in our program? We will partner with the district for 3 years. We'll buy equipment, both for fire and disaster. We'll provide training, specialized and normal. We'll also build ownership amongst councillors by raising their level of awareness around these risks. Because earlier in the conversation, the program director asked about what is the critical challenge that we face? And our table sponsored the notion around leadership. Because when all is said and done, you also still need leadership to drive programs. Whether you want to mitigate climate impact, whether you want to adapt, in the context of government, you can't do that outside good leadership. So we do our part by raising awareness of councillors and other leaders within municipal spaces of the importance of realizing that the climate is changing and of providing support to those that are charged with responding to disasters and managing disasters. And then from a career point, as I conclude my small input, you have risk surveyors, and in the context of a changing climate, when you underwrite, you need to also understand how the risk that you are underwriting is impacted by climate change. Whether it's an agricultural risk, whether it's a structural fire risk, whatever it is, where you would have an impact coming out of climate change, you need to have a better understanding. Hydrology as well. You need to understand how hydrological factors impact. If you look now, we have an initiative in eThekwini, which we are flying some drones over about 6 rivers in the space. Because the city was saying part of what they pick up from the flooding is that there's a lot of alien invasives in rivers. And this gets uprooted and into enclosed low-lying bridges and so on. So you could see that there's a lot of opportunities, whether you come from a hydrology point, whether you come from an engineering point, environmental science point, because going into the future, climate change is going to be the center of everything we do. We'll need a lot more skills, in that particular space. So perhaps allow me to just end it there. We can entertain questions as they come. Thank you.
I think what you have emphasized again is the necessity for leadership, for showing up and for stepping up. And you were talking about invasive species and job opportunities there. On the Kwikstuyg, we had a lady, her name is Linda Jansen, and she used to work for Landcare, removing alien species. And eventually she started her own business, and she's now employing 39 people. And you heard a snippet of a clip yesterday. So there are so many opportunities. Our last speaker, Kobus Pinaar, Technical Manager, Food Security, Woolworths. Hallo Kobus, baie welkom.
Morning everybody. It's humbling to see I'm part of this panel. They pretty much echo what they say. If you just go back into, and I'm going to focus a bit on agriculture. It's very close to my heart. If I go back in my life, I was privileged to grow up on a farm. My father was a farm manager, and so farming was in my blood. I studied agriculture at Bloemfontein, being a soil scientist. After a couple of years, I did it 1 year longer than normal, so the social part was also important. And then I started working for a company called Triumph. It was Louis Late, so now I'm giving away my age. So not many of you were born those days. So as an advisor for the reps for fertilizer. And right there and there I saw what industry, if the value of an industry is not pure, what it can do to the environment and to the farmer. So it was a very short career at the fertilizer industry. Then I became a section manager for a large company that grew vegetables for retailers in South Africa, all of them, and also exporting. And after 3-4 years, I became one of the farm managers, and then later I was the head agronomist of that company. And then from that, I joined Woolworths 20 years ago as a food technologist in the vegetable department. So you can see in agriculture how you can evolve. And I want to echo Lauren, is that if you don't think multidisciplinary, you're going to struggle. We do need the PhDs, those guys. Nothing against them. But they say is if you got a degree, you know a little bit about everything. If you have a PhD, you know a lot about nothing. So in our world in Woolworths is that we definitely need multidisciplinary thinking, systems thinking. So, so whenever you want to study further, you make sure that you know exactly where you want to go to. If you want to go to in research, which we desperately need in Woolworths, that's where we get our information from, then your purest approach in your subject is fine. But when you want to work for a company like Woolworths, it's multidisciplinary. Because in the food system that I work for is probably the most complex system in the world. If you think all the touch points that comes into food. And the triple bottom line, as they normally explain it, is actually for us in one. Because whatever you do this side on the environment's got an impact on the economy and the profitability of the farmer and us as Woolworths. Plus it also has an impact on social. So the big debate with us at the moment is technology is wonderful. But what can technology do in terms of job creation in agriculture for people that's unschooled, that doesn't have more than grade 10 or grade 11? It's going to have a big impact on them. People that studies and is good in maths and has got an engineer degree, great opportunity. So it's all those complexities that we need to work with. So yeah, for me to end up coming back to the Land Cruiser is typically how we as environmentalists look at something. We look at it from one angle, and that's very dangerous. Can't we ask ourselves the question, yes, while I'm driving the Land Cruiser, I use a lot of fuel. But I can drive a Land Cruiser for 50 years, so I don't need to replace it. What's the energy and the resources that goes into building a new vehicle that you replace every 2 or 3 years? We don't think about that. So isn't a Land Cruiser maybe the most environmentally friendly vehicle on the planet? Nobody do those sums. Look down at the system. Make sure you understand all these touch points, what goes into that. And then lastly, I come back to our customers that's paying my salary, is that they're very demanding. Every quarter, I've got a group of ladies in Constantia that I've got a meeting with. And so they want to understand what's happening behind the product. So at Woolworths, we try to make sure that we look well after the factory and the farm workers, because Woolworths is built on the backs of those people. So what do you do with your people downstream? Those people that's, when it was cold this morning, was in the field doing weeding or picking your product. What do you do with those people in the factory that spend 60-70% of their salary going from home to work and back? And when they're back, they've got hardly any money left over to buy food. So a family of 4 needs a minimum income of 5,800 Rand a month just to provide for the basic necessities. If you work our minimum wage in, they're way below it, be about 3,200, 3,600 Rand. So it's those realities that one needs to start working with. And I'm so glad to see there's so many young people here, because all the people in agriculture as old as ugly as me, we're going to be gone one of these days. So we desperately need young minds coming in, looking at a much broader spectrum, much more wider philosophy on, if you look at food, than it was in previous generations. So yeah, it's I want to end up with how a system works. And hopefully one of you can answer the question at the end. So as this very important politician arrive in a small town, or his secretary arrive in town and say, my boss wants to visit this town and stay in this hotel, and he wants to stay in the hotel, and I must come and see if this hotel is up to standard. So the clerk at the desk says, yes, you can look at the room, but we require a 50 rand deposit before you can go to the room. He pays the 50 rand deposit and he went up to the room, goes up to the room. So the clerk say quickly to one of the people there, take this 50 rand, go to the butcher and pay 50 rand for the meat we had for last night's dinner. I ran and paid the butcher. The butcher took the 50 rand and said, please go to the co-op and pay my electricity, my fuel bill there, which I had. One of his people paid the fuel bill. The co-op guy says, quickly go to the doctor. I was with the doctor last night and I owe him 50 bucks. So pays the doctor 50 bucks. The doctor says, you know, 2 weekends ago I had my scallopy here at the hotel. I owe them 50 bucks. Please go to the hotel and pay 50 bucks. Meantime, the secretary comes back. He says, I'm not going to stay here. Give you back my 50 bucks, and he leaves. Everybody was paid with 50 bucks. And that's how a system works. That's how a system works. So ask yourself the question, did anybody lose? But we paid 100 rand for 50 bucks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kobus. I think a central message that's coming through is the necessity, the importance of evolving. And that's what's so exciting for me, looking at all of you guys. The sky's the limit. You can create. Moses was saying that they're supporting the 9 districts in 1 metro, but that they need leadership. There's so many incredible opportunities for you to step up and to create and to become innovative, because there's no set rules or regulations. We have to adapt. Guys, I would love some questions from you. So is there anybody who would like to ask a panel member something? Can you stand up, please? Do you have a mic? Is there a roving mic? Can you hear him? Kan jy? Daar's hy. Dankie.
Okay.
You can just introduce yourself.
My name is Malizugiswa Vaco. I am from Stellenbosch University.
And your question is to whom?
My question is to the banks and insurance companies. Seeing that the banks are involved in actually deciding how they're funding the energy sector, have they considered into looking at in their model of funding the farmers? Because I've heard that there's a lot of carbon emission that is going on with the farmers as well. Are you considering and checking into how the farmers are doing their business in terms of reducing the carbon footprint before you fund them? Okay, maybe that's just the last question to the gentleman from Woolies.
Kobus,
yes. Yeah. My research is mainly focusing on the areas of genetic modified organisms, seeing that a lot of research is indicating that the current plant breeding techniques are resulting to some yield saturation, whereas the population is going up, and we're also faced with the climate change problem. Now, what's your take on the acceptance by the public of the genetic modified organisms? Do you at Woolies sell those? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start with Daniel. I think that first question perhaps was for you, Daniel.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I must say it's quite a difficult one to answer on an individual farming level. If I can talk about the carbon itself, we've got a carbon desk at the bank, but it's quite expensive, you know, for an individual farmer to do carbon set-offs. So what we're thinking about, you know, in future is joining forces and look at the more cooperative type of environment to make it more affordable to do it. We actually had a discussion a few weeks ago specifically about this on individual farming level. But what we try to do on the other hand, moving towards more efficient energy and renewable energies, is we have developed unique products. All the other banks are also now doing it, so it's not unique anymore. But what we try to do is to fund renewable energy projects as cheap and as easy as possible for our producers, not only farmers, but also more on the secondary side, so more on the processing side too. Is where you try to fund it as cash flow neutral as possible. It's not just solar, it is also hydroelectrics or even biogas or biomass type of projects that we do. To basically make it cash flow neutral so you don't lose anything on your cash flow by transforming from fossil fuel to renewable energy. But that's in short what we try to do. You know, to make this transition as smooth and easy as possible, and as affordable as possible.
I'm a man, I can't sit and think, I need to stand. Yeah, the GMO question comes up in every forum I attend. Woolworths don't sell GMOs at all because of one reason. We don't say GMOs is bad, but we say what's connected to some of the GMOs is bad. The rules is open. There's no strict rules in it. So if you live at the moment in Central America and you had a farm and there's natural vegetation, the rainforest on it, GMO soya is taking over the forest because of a number of reasons. One, our diet in the world has changed to protein-based, so people eat more meat. Soya is feeding the meat industry. GMO soya has allowed farmers to plant soya in Central America, which they never could done before GMOs. Open pollinated and hybrids got rust or the plant diseases and they couldn't plant it. So it's how the GMO is applied. So we are a company that feels very strong. How are we associated with something? So we have got a drive where we have soyas in our feed that is produced not in those areas, in South Africa, non-GMO, to try and fight that connection to the GMO. So it's not the GMO itself. Those remarks in the internet and Dr. Google where GMOs make you ill and it breaks down your health, that's not proven yet. And that's another worry. If it's not proven, how can we sell it? We need to make 100% sure that our safety and health of our customers is number one. Plus, we cannot be associated with an industry that is taking out all the rainforest in South America. Closer to home, if you look at the maize industry, the Roundup Ready maize, we're already sitting with soils that's got more erosion than any other maize production area close by that don't use GMOs because of the way in the contract the GMO companies sit with the farmers. He is forced to use the Roundup, even if it's not necessary. That breaks down, and we've got proof for that in the Farming for the Future program. It breaks down your microbiology in the soil. And the moment your microbiology is broken down, your soil deteriorates. So it's all those connections. So hopefully one day we can get to a GMO that covers, again, like I said previously, the whole system, that it's got the benefit for everybody. The health of the planet, the health of the people that eats it, and the farmer is not forced to buy the package
but to have a choice. Another thing about GMOs, which is a big worry, is that 2 companies is starting to manipulate the seed industry. That is serious. It's a worry. Because they will decide, they can get power, and they will decide what's the price and who is allowed to buy it. It's dangerous. So it's all those questions that we ask ourselves, and that's why we don't want to, at this stage, be involved in the whole GMO debate. They need to sort themselves out to prove that they are actually, their values is where it should be, for the sake of the people and for the sake of this planet. I hope I answer your question.
Sure. That's worrying and enlightening. Anything else? Any other questions, guys? Gillian?
Hello.
Oh, hello, sir. We spoke yesterday.
Thank you. My question and comment is actually for Jay, or it's more of a sort of a very small discussion point. When you spoke earlier about the banks that no longer fund for renewable energy, my question at the time was, but that's the antithesis of what is actually happening in the communities in the Western Cape especially. When you spoke about Day Zero, if you drove past the informal settlements because people didn't have work, you would still see the water steaming because all they had was a car wash. So, and even in Mitchells Plain, where I am from, people just don't, they simply don't have the money. The poverty level is way too low to be able to have something like a solar panel on the roof, because all we can have, that's the only thing we have. It's like we have warm water from a tap because we just cannot afford 15,000, 20,000 rand for a solar panel. So my question to you is, even if banks fund research for renewable energy, or the reduction of fossil fuels, or we need to get coal out of the way for Eskom because we need to work smarter, how do we get the message to people on a grassroots level who simply cannot afford to put in a solar panel, or they can't afford to use anything else because that's all they have? I try and teach my children that every drop counts, because I've been privileged enough to be able to grow up where my parents didn't have to, they could work. We were lucky enough. But at that level, how do we get people to understand on a grassroots level that when we fight the Day Zero, this is what you need to do? When we need to focus on renewable energy or switching energy, how do you get the message across to them? And is that something that can be done at a national level because of legislation? Is it going to be stopped? It's a very precarious sort of position to be in when you're not as privileged as people who can afford it.
James is good at asking precarious, tough questions.
Thanks for the question. I said that banks are funding renewable projects. They are not funding fossil projects anymore to a large extent. So they are funding solar and wind farms, but they are saying we're not going to fund coal plants or gas plants. So Eskom, which gets 90% of its power from coal, there's no coal mine that's been opened in the last 10 years in this country. So we don't have any coal to fund these, to power these coal-fired plants, of which we get 90% of our electricity from. So I'm just logical and practical saying that if we're not going to be funding coal for the next 10 years, we're going to be seeing stage 6, stage 7, stage 8. On the car washes in those areas, that was an issue that came up regularly. But during the Day Zero issue, I mean, the city responded very quickly if people alerted them to people wasting water. So there was a response. The city's record, I think, is pretty great. When there are leaks, they do fix it as quickly as they possibly can. The biggest water users, however, was the big, the suburbs, the leafy suburbs. People would have 4 to 6 geysers, and they would have big swimming pools. So by shutting those, and they responded quickly, and that helped to bring down the water usage. So speaking to the realities on the ground, I think that another debate which people really needs to have, which isn't really being had, when you think about all these complexities about what must we do, right? There's a reality of unemployment in this country, the highest unemployment in the world. 54%, I think, is the broad unemployment rate for people under the age of 20. Under the age of 18, 54%. So it's exceptional. I mean, the general unemployment rate for everybody of all ages is about 46%. So roughly 4 out of 10 people in this room can't get a job in this country. So now we're saying, you know, people are forgetting about them. So we have all these lofty ideals of going green and having all sorts of fancy stuff, but what does that come? What cost does that come? And the city of Cape Town is saying, look, for us, we need to create jobs. We need to make sure that businesses are able to run and to operate. So that means we need to make sure that we don't have load shedding anymore. Now, that's our sort of one of our fundamental bottom lines. We need to ensure that the city becomes independent from load shedding. And the new mayor is driving that program every day exceptionally hard. That is the first point. Because if we don't give people jobs and hope and money and food, we just heard that was a fascinating stat, then what? Then people are going to get desperate. They're going to, you know, what? It's just human nature. So, but now we're saying, okay, so, but now we agree. We can't go and build a coal-fired plant in Cape Town. So we must look at building and getting access to solar, wind. We use Tiembras, which is a hydro plant there by Solaris Pass. So I hope that answers your question. So we hope to provide people with reliable electricity, but we're aiming to do that from cleaner sources.
Answer your question. Eddie, I think it was you.
Actually, my question is directed to the two ladies, the legal gurus. Firstly, before I can ask the question, I would like to pass my compliment, because I do believe through their activism, they are reminding us that we are privileged in South Africa. We have a constitutional democracy, a credible constitution premised on a Bill of Rights. Thereafter, we can use our rights as a tool to fight injustice. And my question is, from their line of work, do they have, have they ever actually challenged the mineral energy complex? Because I do believe some of the mining entities, your Eskom of the world, they are responsible for the problem that we have. So if they have really done so, is there any case they can really share with us on how they approach the matter? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's one of our main focuses. We have 4 or 5 teams at the Center for Environmental Rights. We have the mining program, we have a corporate accountability and transparency program, we have the activist support, and then pollution and climate change. And we have so much litigation, mainly between the mining and the pollution and climate change programs. Some of the important litigation that we've done is in the EIA sphere. That's when you have to do an environmental impact assessment before getting various permits. And those are generally required for new mines or for setting up a new coal-fired power plant or any big development that's got an environmental impact. And often our litigation is about those applicants for big projects not complying with EIA requirements. And one of our most precedent-establishing cases was about a proposed coal-fired power plant called Thabametsi, and the minister authorized it without taking into account what are the greenhouse gas emission implications from a new plant which would emit for over 50 years, and it wasn't particularly clean technology that was being proposed. And our law at the time didn't specifically require the minister to consider climate change impacts. So this is an example of a case where, as a result of the judgment, which went all the way to the Supreme Court of Appeal, government must, by law now, take into consideration greenhouse gas emissions and climate change implications when they are deciding to authorize a big plant. In terms of Eskom litigation, it is often to do with compliance with air quality emission limits. We have really good laws, and there's either a lack of enforcement or sometimes a culture of non-compliance. And Eskom, obviously, as one of the world's top emitters of greenhouse gases, often applies to postpone their compliance with various limits. So we have something called the minimum emission limits, which set standards for types of different chemicals or compounds that they can emit. And they will try very hard to try and give themselves more time to be brought into compliance, because it's very expensive to comply. The technology they use is old. It wasn't designed at a time when there were those pollution limits. So quite a lot of our work is basically forcing Eskom to comply with what the law says in terms of various greenhouse gases and priority pollutants. It's often not directly against individual mining companies or other emitters. It's generally to do with structural changes that is under the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy decisions. So we do have some litigation against Eskom, but I would say it's mainly to do with national government. Well, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, you're up next. Sorry, your name, just introduce yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Tavisa. I'm from a youth council from a small town in Ottawa. I just have a general question. Maybe anyone can answer me. Ogoti, what can be done to bring such platforms as this to our local level? Because there is certain information that we got here that we did not know, and it made me to think of the certain things that I used to do. Because even when we see an open space from the location where we come from, the only thing that we think about is shacks. Just put in a shack to stay, and then whether even there's trees and everything else, we're just going to take down all the trees, because our main concerns is not having a shack or everything else. But anything else that has to do with climate change and everything else, there's nothing that we really know and nothing done. So it's just my question, how can this be brought to the people that are there in the local level? Because that's where we seem to have serious problems. If we can think of it, serious wastages of water happens there, serious damage of everything else happens there in the location, but there's nothing of such that can make us understand. Because now I understand why in Eastern Cape they close water in certain areas at a certain time, they just open it for a certain time. But people really don't understand why are they being closed off and using water, and then instead of being explained, they just cut people off in water and everything else. And then my second question, sorry, I can't remember names clearly quickly. It's the second gentleman before the last one. Is what is it required to be part of the people that in the leadership position that help us to bring the changes that you spoke about? Do you have to be in a certain position, have certain qualification, or be employed, or you can just work with anyone in the community to just bring those changes? Because we are one of the organizations like the Youth Council that is trying to bring out development. Is it, how can we help? Because if we're going to wait for our municipality and our councillors, sometimes we might wait forever and no change can be done in our community.
Okay, guys, I'm going to give I think your first question ties in with the previous one we had, but I'm going to, Lauren, would you mind addressing that yourself, and Wendy, I think, if you can speak about that.
Sorry, is it just... So I'm just going to repeat the question, so it's, and then just correct me if we, is it what does one do with in one's own community? I'm going to answer this very much from, let's say, a Green Cape perspective, and then answer it more, say, from a personal perspective. And from a Green Cape perspective, what we've done in communities is to say that we need to have three things that work. There has to be something that the community wants and accepts. There has to be a technology that's appropriate to the community. And third of all, there needs to be a business model that works in that community. So what we'll see often is that people will kind of pilot into a community, bring some change, and it looks great for a short while, but it's not sustainable. It's because they've got one of those three aspects wrong. Either the community side, the technology side, or the business side. So one of the key things, and it comes back to my former thing about, is actually almost embracing the complexity. And I'm going to give a couple of examples where that's been done successfully. As Green Cape, we have something called the Alternative Service Delivery Unit. And it came from an understanding that our vision in the past was very much one of centralized infrastructure. We've heard a couple of times this morning that the future is about distributed solutions. And what we realized as well is that within the financial climate of this country, we can't necessarily rely on having the money to put in these big centralized solutions that people have to wait for. What we need is a solution that can work now, and that isn't necessarily something that a municipality has to pay for. So one of the examples we did is we went into a community and worked out what is the money that people have to spend. What is it, and as somebody mentioned, a lot of that is transport. And we worked out what is the little bit of money that they have a choice in spending, and what do they spend that on? So in one of the communities we worked, the little bit of money where people had a choice on was actually spent on getting data so that you could have communications, so you can WhatsApp. And what we did there is we asked the community as well, what is your biggest concern? Like if you had to bring something that could change your community, and they said, one of the things that could make a real difference is to have access to light at night, because it's dark, it's unsafe. We can't actually come home at night in a safe way. So we knew people had a bit of money. We knew their biggest concern was lighting. As a community, that was something they could agree on that they needed. And what we found is a service provider, a private company, that was able to put up Wi-Fi-enabled street lighting. And what it means is that all the businesses in the surrounding area actually advertise on that Wi-Fi network. So you want to have access to Wi-Fi. So what happens is you can log on to the system, you watch a small advertisement paid for that by that business, and then you have half an hour of free internet. The company is making money because they're getting that advertising revenue, but that has done many things. They're solar-powered, Wi-Fi-enabled streetlights. So what happens is there's light at night. It was people actually allowed that infrastructure to be put onto their land because it couldn't be put on municipal land. We couldn't do that. But now there's another thing, is you suddenly have creches, schools, who have access to internet for free. The people who used to spend that little bit of money on that internet now have that money freed for another purpose. So it's that kind of creative bringing together of things. The other thing that's really important, and we've done that in other projects, is, again with this thing, is getting a business model that works that doesn't rely on a subsidy. That's why I said at the start, what we work in is very much is technologies. It's very unglamorous. I'd love to be in innovation or something like that, but it's quite unglamorous. I work in a world where we work with what works, the technology that works, and we find a very clever way of finding what the barrier is to that uptake. And in other communities, we've also done things like empowered communities themselves to put up small solar panels, and basically, again, just working out how much are people willing to pay and having a business model where that cost gets paid off, and finding a way in which we could bring money into that community so that instead of paying off the cost of that over a year, you end up paying it off over 5 years because we know how much people can afford. And then getting community members to be involved in the sale of those products, the maintenance of the products. So actually it's created a local economy where people are helping themselves. So I don't know if I fully answered your question, but I think it's about listening to people, working out what is the real problem, finding a problem that everyone has, that people are willing to collaborate on, and then making sure you've got all aspects that need to support that actually in place. And I think so hopefully that's answered it to some extent. Yeah.
Guys, our time is up, but I would like, Wendy, if you have a minute, just to please comment on that. Thanks.
Thanks so much. That's a really difficult question. So I think I would also start off by saying that it must be quite difficult to imagine to be in that situation, like you're saying, where your sense of urgency is that you need housing, a structure, you need food, you need electricity. And so how does one start to talk about a narrative, which we know in South Africa is often played out, that you can only think about the environment, you can only think about climate once you're on a trajectory where you have all those needs satisfied. And that's something that we in WWF are challenged with all the time. Our slogan is "For nature, for you." So my challenge to you would be is in the conversation around the basic needs, you first need to believe that it's possible to deliver that and still do good for the environment. I think that's the first stumbling block and obstacle mentally, your kind of thought process, that it is possible to deliver the basic needs in a way that can also not be detrimental to the environment. So I think that's the first kind of narrative that you have to start and giving really practical examples. And then I'll encourage you to reach out to WWF, our team, where we can share with you examples of how we do that in those types of communities. Because I think it was Lauren that spoke earlier a lot about how do you change behavior, and who do people listen to? Who are the influences, not the social media influences, but who are the influences in the community? Is it a particular person? Is it an older person? Is it someone in the church? Is it a politician? So if you're trying to shift a narrative, you also need, and you would probably be best living in that area in Oudtshoorn, know who are the people that people listen to. So if you're starting to tell those stories, what is the type of stories? And we can help you with that. So even when you spoke about housing and the sense of urgency, even our work at a very high level with Nedbank around housing. So we're even starting to do work around low-income housing and the financing around that, where we partner with the public sector and the private banking sector to offer some kind of finance that starts to be a little bit more affordable, but then also is positive for the environment. So a condition of that loan or that finance is that you need to include things like solar PV, like LED lights. You even look at the green passive solar design. So my response to you is that all of this is possible, and that's the first place to start. I think even CER spoke about hope and being an activist, and I think the starting point is to believe that it's possible, and then to look for the stories, and then to share with others, and then you'll find you can have that ripple effect. So I hope I've answered your question, but please do reach out to me or even Nokwe as well. We do quite a lot of work in different communities, and happy to help you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Thank you. Ilse, must we stop? Must we? Okay, guys, I'm so sorry we're not going to get to answer that part of your question about leadership, but I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today and for your very valuable time and your input. Much appreciated. I think all of you are going to walk away with some new insights, and the sky's the limit, as I said before, and I know you spoke about it yesterday. But just remember, we may not be able to change the world, but we can change the world around us. Thank you. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you after lunch. Thank you.
I hope you found that photo style exciting. I saw you couldn't come inside because it's quite cold here, nice and sunny outside. But we've got some business still to do. We've got a very nice presentation coming up. And we've got the lucky draw still coming, and then the big prizes for the photo competition. So those of you who entered for the photo and video competition, keep yourselves ready. So we're going to do 2 lucky draws quickly before we start. I'm going to ask Prof. Stephanie to do the numbers. Keep your lineage, look at the back of your name tag.
and it's gifts from the Department of Agriculture. Number 58. 58, 58. Number 58. Is it you? Are you sure? You're not joking? It's not 85? Okay, we'll ask the auditor to just check. Number 58. No, just for the big photos. Lovely. She's shown her evidence. Absolutely. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Good. Let's do another one. One, 4, 8. 1, 4, 8. 1, 4, 8. 1, 4, 8. Another one. 25. Ah, there's a 25 coming. Good stuff. A nice gift pack from the department. Yeah, it's a lucky table. It's a lucky table. We've got 3 more coming up, and maybe we're going to throw in 1 or 2 more. But before we get into all the pleasures of gifts and the winners, we need to do some thinking. And the best person to get us going on this session is Dr. Shlami Ngwenya. She's the Chief Director for Agricultural Producer Support and Development. She joined the department quite recently, but she's a lady that's traveled the world. She's done a lot of work on climate change, and who better to end the official part of the conference than Dr. Shlami. Dr. Shlami, please come over, and we would love to listen to you. Thank you so much.
Where are the people? Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Huh? Are we sleeping? I'm sure this is the challenge of having, the session after lunch, where people are kind of, sleeping. Okay. My presentation is very straightforward. We're looking at, broadening our perspective and looking at, some of the opportunities. When Dr. Trautmann was introducing me, she indicated that I had an opportunity to really travel and work, outside the borders of South Africa. The presentation that I have today is really to broaden, that perspective and also share with you some of the opportunities that are there for young people around climate change, really looking outside the borders of South Africa. I'm sure after these 2 days, we are all convinced that climate change is real. Is it? Okay, so when I say climate change is real, I want you to respond by saying it's real, it's real, it's real. You say it 3 times. Okay? Are we together? Climate change is real. Okay, I'm going to say it again. You have to say it louder. Climate change is real? It's real, it's real, it's real. Okay, let's see, maybe we do it in a different way. When I say climate change is real, then you respond by saying it's real, it's real, it's real. Yeah? Are we together? Okay. Climate change is real. It's real. It's real. It's real. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Climate change is real. It's real. It's real. it's real. Okay. I don't think we will win any idols here. Huh? I want to hear the baritone and soprano and her. Climate change is real. It's real. It's real. It's real. Yes, so climate change is real, and we can rap, you know that climate change is real. It affects me and you. That is a story for another day. Okay. So in terms of, the topic, I wanted to highlight the issue of perfect. I'm saying we are broadening our perfect perspective, and network, and we're looking at Africa and the global, environment in terms of, climate change. I will unpack a little bit why I indicate, the issue of perfect. Okay, so my presentation, I'll be asking or maybe looking at, 3 questions. The first one, where do we gather information? The second one, what kind of information? And how do we actually search for it? Okay. During the morning, you had, the panel speakers, they were telling you about the job opportunities and different careers within the context of South Africa. And I want to take it a bit further to say what you have heard in the past 2 days. Then you can actually broaden the perspective and look beyond. Maybe the first question is, what is the average time that we spend on internet? Give me an indication. What is the average time that you spend on internet? Yeah, maybe per day, But we are very active on internet, no? Then the other question that I ask, the social media platform. I mean, we are young people and all that. What kind of social media platform you spend time on? Oh, somebody said LinkedIn. Do you spend time on LinkedIn? No, okay. LinkedIn? Okay, I see one. Facebook, I think, us. Instagram? Okay, the young ones are Instagram and all that. Okay, the next question. And what information do you search for? TikTok? Yeah? What information do we search for when we spend time? We agree that we spend a lot of time on internet, we spend a lot of time on social media, but what kind of information do we actually spend time on? Who do we follow? We follow the influencers and all that and whatnot. Okay. And the big question, how many of us really spend time on platforms for professional reasons? He spoke about LinkedIn, but there are other platforms mainly for professional reasons. Yeah? How many of us, and I know we spend a lot of time on social media and all that, but how many of time are we using that time to actually look at things that build our career, where we use that information to actually search for information that actually help us? And I think my talk today is really to look at that. Quick one, I just picked this. I consulted my friend. I have a very close friend, my best friend, and her name is Dr. Google. You go there and there is a report where they are showing how many or how much we are actually using digital platform globally. That is really showing how many people are actually spending time on internet, how many people are using phones, and also how many people are actually active on social media. Yeah? They also show, the different, platforms that are very, very popular. You can see Instagram is there, Facebook also is there, and. But the question is, why does it matter? It matters to know the different platforms because that is where organizations are also sharing their information around issues. It could be job opportunities and. So it does matter that we look at how people are actually using social media as platforms for information. So what I want to challenge you is that, after these 2 days, if you were spending, let me say, 50% of your time on social media, I want you to utilize that time to also search for information that builds you. Okay? So not only the social aspect of social media, but how do you leverage on social media to actually build your career and maybe seek for that information. Okay, we talked about climate change is real, and now I'm really getting into some of the opportunities that we see. We know climate change is a global issue, and that on its own, it means that everybody globally is talking about climate change. Remember in the morning, there was a video clip that we had from somebody in California and all that. So everybody is talking about climate change. Not only that, everybody is trying to look for solution around climate change. And what we are seeing is that everybody, every organization that you can think of, they are also having young people at the center. So it means that opportunities for young people become very endless, and we just need to know where to search that information and how to look for it and take it and run with it. Okay, so these are some of the pointers when we talk about climate change. We talk about the issues of mitigation and the issue of adaptation. So when you search and you look at different organizations, it's either they are more focusing on mitigation, or they are focusing on adaptation, or they are focusing on both. Yeah. So in terms of your interest, you can also position yourself, knowing what you know now. Are you more interested in the mitigation? Are you more interested in the adaptation? Or are you looking at both? Once you are clear in your mind, then you know what kind of information to search for. I'm not going to read what mitigation and adaptation is all about, but you can see that it has something to do with the actions that we do. Either the action to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, or the actions to change the behavior, so that we mitigate against or manage the risks that are brought by climate change. So these are just those tensions. There's mitigation, adaptation, and where do you see it, and how do you position yourself there? Okay, climate change, it's a buzzword globally currently. There are a lot of nexus. So it's climate change and something, climate change and something. And here I've just picked some of the nexus with climate change that are very, very topical currently, and we call them the hot topics. So there is no single pathway for you to get a career into climate change, or maybe using climate change as your entry point. You saw the panel that we had in the morning. Some were looking at it from the legal perspective, and some were risk management and all that, insurance companies and all that. So these are some of the nexus that we see globally, and there might be more. Climate finance. So if you're interested in finance, how then do you look at the climate finance as your entry point? Climate change and agriculture, of course, and you have climate change and environment. These are separate things. So you find that each and every nexus have a wide range of career pathways that you can look at. Climate change and food security, climate change and transport, for example, climate change and gender. Yesterday you were also talking about health. Maybe we can say climate change and health. Climate change and policy, the whole policy space, climate change and law, climate change and climate, climatology and all that. So each of the nexus that I've indicated there, they create different career paths that you can look at. So you can see that there are so many things that can be done. Climate change and science, technologies, communications as well, energy, water, climate insurance, but also, the whole issue of, climate modeling and, where people are actually projecting and all that. But there are so many nexus with climate change that you can look at, and it means that, whatever interest that you have, you can be able to find a career path within that. Okay, so when I was introduced, they indicated that I worked a lot, even outside the borders of South Africa and all that. And people kept on asking me, but what do you do? You are always traveling, and what are you looking at? And I needed to find a way of explaining what I was doing in that space. And that is where I came up with, this idea of perfect, the perfect concept. So basically, the perfect concept is an acronym that I use to show the different pathways that one could enter either into agriculture, and you can use the same concept for climate change. For example, P will be the policy space, yeah? So the policy space, then E is for education. You can look at some entrepreneurs, but also research, so research is a very big space as well. And you have F, which could be farming or finance. Then we have E, which is very close to my heart, that is extension and advisory services. But also you have the C, which is communications. And communications there goes beyond just communications. You can think about other soft skills like, knowledge management, M&E, all that. And the last T, which is, technologies and trade. So when you look at the agricultural sector as a sector, it plays around along the perfect contornum. But also if you look at any other sector, that, it actually plays around, that contornum. And why is it important? You see. What we were discussing maybe in the past 2 days, we were discussing and getting, some examples here. Examples at local level, which is the Western Cape, but also probably you can broaden looking at what is happening in South Africa. But beyond South Africa, we have regional level, we have, continental level, we have global level. And it's very important for you to understand that whatever is happening in the Western Cape or whatever is happening in South Africa, there is much more that is happening in the SADC region, for example, in terms of the region. There is much more that is happening in Africa as a continent, but also beyond. And with this, I just want to challenge you that if you are looking for job opportunities, if you are looking for information to broaden your career and all that, I want to challenge you to broaden your fishing net. If you were searching here or searching here, and I'm saying to you, go further and search here, and search there. Okay? Whatever nexus that you are looking for, you have to broaden your fishing net because there are other opportunities beyond. Okay, so when you go beyond, the borders of South Africa, what is it that you have to search for? And you're looking internet and all that, what is it that you have to search for? Firstly, you have to look at organizations. So you might find that there are organizations that are dealing with issues of climate change at an organizational level. But also, you have programs. So you might have an organization, they do all the other things and all that, and they have a program where climate change is an issue. Okay? Or you can have a platform. It's just a platform, and it's a little bit different from LinkedIn, but this is a platform where you can actually register and you get information and funding and all that and whatnot. Yeah? So you have to look at either it's an organization, either it's a program, or it is a platform which shares, this information. Okay, so what do you look for? Whether you go for an organization or you go for a program, what is common is that, remember I said every organization, they have young people at the center. Everybody wants to develop something for young people. So there are job opportunities, there could be events, there could be youth programs, there could be even calls for funding, for scholarships, but also there could be, publications where you have, cutting edge, publications around the issues of climate change or other things. There could be, research, projects and all that. But also, as much as we have organizations at national level where they want people to come for internships and all that, even those organizations that are operating at the regional level or continental level, they do have those opportunities. And don't shy away from spreading yourselves to actually, seek for opportunities at that level. Remember, when you say, I always say, we talk about regional, maybe SADC. Region is abstract. When you say SADC, they are talking about the 15 countries that are in the SADC region. So if there is an organization that is operating at SADC level, where are those people coming from? The people that are occupying those positions. Because region is abstract. Can you touch region? Can you touch continent? Can you touch global? Can you? You can't. When they say regional, all what they are saying is that any organization that is working there, it is occupied by people that are coming from that region. And what is stopping you to be the one who's occupying that position? When there is an organization that is working at a continental level, Africa, for example, the people that hold positions there, they are coming from the 55 countries in Africa. Are we not part of that? So when there is an opportunity there, it means that you are eligible to apply for that opportunity. If there is an internship program, you are eligible to apply for that internship. Hence, I'm saying you have to broaden your fishing net. Do not only look at organizations or companies within the borders of South Africa. Broaden the fishing net and get opportunities there. They also have paid volunteers and all that and whatnot and whatnot. Okay. Okay. So now let us come to more the practical part of it, because it's abstract. We are talking about this, but I want us to really go to the practical part, where I'm going to share some organizations, and I want you to take your cell phones, because we're going to search together. I'm going to give you pointers, and I'll give you maybe about 10 minutes where you actually search, and then let's discuss. Okay. Okay, so this is the task. So we're going to search. I'm going to show a screen with different organizations. Some of the organizations that have a very leading role to play within the climate change space, or youth programs and all that. Okay, so you're gonna Google, really a quick scan. We go there, we Google, write whatever you see from those organizations, and then we'll come back and discuss. So you're going to look at what is this organization? Is it a program? Is it an organization? Or is it just a platform? And what are some of the hot topics that they are focusing on? Yeah? Whether climate change and all that. What is their coverage? Are they operating at a global level, or is it at the continental level? But also look at some of the events, conferences, or any other thing that you find interesting around that, something where you say, I can actually search for these things. Okay, so with this exercise, it's just for you to guide you on how to search for this relevant information. So we're going to look at the organization. Really, in like 10 minutes, you scan through and see what you find interesting. Okay, and we're going to do it simultaneously. I have a number of organizations. I think each table can actually pick one and then you search a little bit at the table, and we take it from there. Right? Ready? Okay. Let me see. Okay, so there are so many. I've just picked some that are very... okay, so for this table, we start here. You're going to search the UNFCCC, you know, so you search the first one. So that is table 1. Table 2, you go for the second one. This table, you go for the third one. Yeah? That table, you go for this one. You search. Can you see? Okay, that table, you go for the unep.org. Please go ahead. That middle table there, you go for FAO.org/GA, you know, CSA. That table there, you go for this organization. Where am I? Did I allocate you? Okay, that table over there, you go for this one. Okay? That table, I mean, some people got the memos, you know. We said we are wearing yellow, you know. So that table where you got the memo, you go for this one, right? You go for this one, opportunitiesforyouth.org. Okay, that table, yes, no, yours, yes. Then you go for YPAT.net. That table, yes, you go for weforum.org. That table, you go for climatecommunication.yale.edu. And that, am I missing a table? Which table was not allocated? Huh? Okay, so that table, the last table, you go for this one. Okay. Yeah? It's AUEUYouthHub.org. Are we good? Just maybe about 10 minutes or so. Just look at the websites and just pick, you know, some of the interesting things that you find. Then we will talk. Okay. Just whatever you're finding. You're looking at whatever opportunities, what are the hot topics that they are focusing on, and all that, yeah? Okay. Another 10 minutes and we see.
Something Sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things and what you're doing. In my head I bring a picture. Since I come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come over? Some making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Did you have to go to jail and put your house up for sale? Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you did and catch it then. Hope you find the right man who fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? You change the color of your hair. Are you busy? And did you have to pay that fine? Did you indulge in all the time? Are you still dizzy? Since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come over?
Okay. I know we don't have all the time to go through. I just wanted you to have a sense. So I just want us to reflect a bit. Let's see. Okay. Where are we? Just give me a second. Okay. So we are going to go table by table, just to share a little bit what you found out from the platforms. Okay, let me start with this one, the first table. What did you find?
The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So we found that it's a platform that provides...
They tell me that they can't hear you. Maybe you can stand up for the mic here. Yeah. We just summarize so that you see there is a lot of information out there. Thank you.
Okay, I'll sit.
Yep.
Okay. Everyone can hear me now. So the organization we got is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We found that it's a platform that provides news on climate change initiatives currently happening. They also have internship opportunities. They have a climate action blog. And I don't know if my teammates want to add anything else.
Okay. Yeah, you want to add?
That's basically.
That's fine. So whenever we talk about climate change, especially at the global policy level, that is the global, policy engine where everything around climate change is being decided and all that. And there are opportunities for young people. When we say young people have to participate and shape, the agenda, those are some of the platforms. Yeah, linked to this, it's this. It's the same organization, but also it creates a platform where global leaders or people come to discuss certain things. So give the mic to the next table. What did you pick from there? The COP 22.
Hello, we've covered COP22. It's a yearly annual conference. It stands for the Conference of Parties. This year it will be in Egypt later this year in November. And the United Nations is an organization, but we say that COP is a platform discussing climate change related issues such as finance, governance, international negotiations, mitigation, adaptations, etc. And overall, there's a lot of side events, of which there's side events for youth to raise their voices. So at the end of the day, whatever they decide at COP, the rest of the world abide to and follow. So if we are proactive as a country, then we can try to immediately follow that guidelines so that we can compete with the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm. And I think what is important, sometimes when we see these events, we feel, oh, this is too big for me, I'm not going to. So yes, sometimes we participate there as government, but also they are open for individuals. You know, if there is a call, as long as you know you have something to contribute, you do have, you know, an opportunity to do that. Okay. Let's look at that one. Also another big one.
Okay, so we've got the Committee on World Food Security, and they've got a panel of experts and researchers that specifically look at food security and nutrition throughout the world. And they've got quite a range of different conferences and sessions throughout the year. And I think the one coming up now, I'm not sure if it's on the screen, is the 50th Plenary Conference in Rome. And they're specifically going to focus on gender equality, youth engagement, as well as unemployment in agriculture. So they, I think the name says it all, they looked at food security and nutrition, and which is definitely something that's going to become a bigger problem.
And there is also a youth there.
Yes.
So the youth that is sitting in this room, there is a space for that, yeah? Okay, let's go to the next one. It's UN as well. Yeah, that table. Huh? UNEP, no? Okay, I'll move to this one. Okay, this one?
Yes, so we got the Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security. It's a program that's based in Africa. They have regional programs that they're running, and their main priority is the practices and policies around climate-smart agriculture. And in their platform, they have a list of publications and project reports, briefs that you can use when you're doing research. They also have webinars, seminars, and workshops that they run. You can also join the webinars on different topics, depending on where they're working at. They also have opportunities, so like youth farming trainings. I'm guessing this is also based on the communities that they work with.
What is interesting here, this is a program for a bigger research consortium. So when you have time, if you look at, you know, the CG, this one is a consortium of research where they are looking at, you know, different commodities. They have about 15 centers. Each center will be focusing on certain things. So this program, it's actually on climate change that is working across the different commodities. Water, and you name it, yeah? Okay. This one, we have been talking a lot about climate-smart agriculture. Which table was looking at climate-smart agriculture? I think that table. Yes, that one. There, in front of you. Okay.
So the Global Alliance is an organization that isn't for individuals, but more organizations, and this includes governments, international organizations, farmer organizations, and what they have that anyone has access to is they have webinars, they have resources online, and they also show the member list. So if you're looking for any other organizations that also have a similar goal, they have an international list.
Yeah. So we talk about climate smart agriculture, you know, at country level, but also at the global level. There are interesting things around climate smart agriculture that is happening. And when you scrutinize that, there are also platforms where they want, you know, young people to become part of, you know, those organizations. And what I'm saying is that, you know, when we are sitting here in the Western Cape, how then do we broaden our fishing net to look at, you know, these opportunities that exist? Because there are people there, and there are young people there. If you are not one, it's a young person from another country, and yet you do have the space to be in that. Okay? I don't know if anyone has been looking at that. Okay. Okay, I'll move. Anyone that was looking at this one? Okay.
Hello, so we got the International Institute for Sustainable Development, and they are an organization that provides a platform where they deal with sustainability and so on. And they want to accelerate the solutions for stable climate and sustainable resources.
Sorry.
They have youth employment opportunities, and they have regular seminars and conferences. One of it is they have an upcoming webinar conference for sustainable trade. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Those webinars. Okay. This one? Yes.
Good day. We looked at PAPAD, which is the platform for African-European Partnership on Agricultural Research for Development. And their main purpose is to form partnership with the European in agricultural research for development to build joint African-European multi-stakeholder partnerships in agricultural research for development.
Okay. So what I need to indicate, so this is a platform where you can actually subscribe for free. This platform has been existing for many years. So whenever there are organizations that have any opportunity, whether it's funding opportunities, whether it's webinars and all that and whatnot, they actually share that through PIPAD. So if you are a member, then information comes to your cell phone or your computer and all that, then you just choose which information is relevant for you. They have, on quarterly basis, they have a list of funding opportunities, either it's scholarships or small grants for small projects and all that. And everybody that is sitting in this room can be eligible to apply for whatever opportunity that is being shared there. Okay. Yes, over there is another platform. And when you look, they are also active on different social media platforms. Okay.
Hi everyone. We just looked on opportunities for youth. This organization offers a huge amount of opportunities. We can start to education. If you want to study further, maybe you have a master's degree, so you want to pursue your PhD, there is also funding and also scholarships, and also some courses, and also grants, and conferences, competitions, jobs and internships. If also you want to volunteer, there is an opportunity. You just subscribe there and you get emails about opportunities that are coming up. Thank you.
And I think I want to emphasize the element of volunteering. It's a paid volunteer. So you volunteer, but you actually get paid for some of the work that you do. Okay, I'll go to this one, which is a little bit similar. YPAT. So this is Young Professional for Agricultural Research and Development.
Yeah, so this one is an international platform that creates a network for representatives around the world in agriculture, specifically for youth, to empower them to create sustainable food systems. And it's also free to join, and through the network there's obviously information sharing, and there's online and offline workshops and training sessions.
So, I mean, all the big shots, especially in the agri space, they recognize YPAT. So whenever they have an opportunity for young people, they send it through YPAT. And if you are part of that network, that information reaches you firsthand. Okay. Let me see. Okay, Vera? I don't know if there is anyone who was looking at Vera. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, yes. Mm-hmm.
So Vera is, let me get to the very top. It's actually very interesting, lots of information very clearly laid out. It catalyzes measurable climate action and sustainable development outcomes by driving large-scale investment activities that reduce emissions, improve livelihoods, and protect nature. So if you go to the Vera website, you'll get a very clear layout of who their stakeholders are. Updates, they are multinational, from South America to Asia, including South Africa. They've got a site, Data and Insights, that speaks specifically to South Africa and emissions and how we've improved and where we still have to improve. So I'm going to wrap up on that. It's actually very research intensive. If you've got a research project, you can get onto the site and get lots of information from that.
And there are also job opportunities as well. And that is where you look at, and when you search for jobs, then you begin to see what are some of the things that organizations are looking at. I mean, they have, all sorts of, jobs that you would not ordinarily imagine that, people will be searching for that. Okay, I'm getting there. I don't know if, okay, so I think this one as well, the World Economic Forum. I think that last table there. So in short, with this exercise, I just wanted you to see that there are endless opportunity. You just need to know what kind of information you to look for and where to find it and use it. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So we did the World Economic Forum organization. So the main topics which stood out was to save the planet, and as well as some education and cybersecurity, which we've all witnessed or heard something about that. So the first event that they had this year was in May 2022 in Switzerland, which is where they're mainly based, and what they do for the youth. So the first thing we did, we tried to find out what is the definition of youth. Do we classify in that age? So it seems like it's between 15 and 24 years old.
For them, yeah.
So what do? They have a few leadership programs and also help in transmitting of jobs if you change it from one job to another.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting in the definition of youth. When you see any African, organizations and all that, the definition of youth, it goes up to 35. But then you have other organizations where they are looking at, a certain category. But even if you are not part of that category, I'll always look and see what are some of the topical issues, because these organizations are looking at, things that are really, really topical. The last but not least, yes. And I wanted to bring the issues of, communications into the mix.
Good afternoon, everyone. We got the YPCCC, which stands for the Yale Program on Climate Change Communication. So this program is globally, and it also deals with global warming, which is an initiative for climate change. They conduct scientific research on public climate change knowledge. They include beliefs and behaviors, different audiences, climate change impacts, and they are found on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. One can subscribe to their site, and also if you need to donate, you can donate. They offer youth employment. They also have platforms for educators, which are from grades grade 6 to grade 12. They also do news, events, blogs, and also they have webinars.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you. And when I was looking at that and listening to the lady that presented in the afternoon from Green Cape, where they are focusing more on the communication aspect, I thought, there are, some synergies. Okay, I think okay, so there is the last one. I think that was the AU-EU Cooperation Hub.
Okay, so we're at the Africa-EU Partnership. It's a platform, obviously, for the youth, and they work towards their common goals, common interests, such as climate change. They mention it first, which is a good thing for our purposes now. Global security and also sustainable development goals. So they also have events. They had a meet-up, I think around now, in the middle of the year, they have a meet-up online where people can just sort of, it seems, enter, young people. And they also have a whole week where they have various programs that are on a specific week that they dedicate. And it's for young people. It says young people, so they don't specify which cluster you need to be in, as well as journalists, specifically journalists, nogals. And what was the other one? Obviously sponsors, and anyone who wants to partner in terms of big organizations can also be part of this.
Yeah, and because they have Africa there, you can be sure the young people, they go up to 35. And it's because of, the dynamics of, the different continents. So, this was just an exercise to show that there is a lot of information. And how did some of them, I know them from my previous work and all that, but some of them I just consulted my friend. Use that nexus, climate change plus energy. Yeah? And they pop. So all I'm saying, you have to see what is the angle that, the angle of your interest. Are you interested in water? Are you interested in gender? Are you interested in agriculture? And then you link it with climate change. You just click that information, pop, it actually comes to your face. But maybe just to sum up, I think this is my last slide. All the organizations, maybe excluding Vera might be a private sector, I don't know, but all the other organizations that I've shared here, they are funded from a public purse. So they are, anything that they generate is a public good. So if they have a very cutting edge report, it is there available for free. You don't have to pay anything. It's public good. And the other tip that you need to know is that because they are working at the global level or regional level, at some point they have to interface with the countries where they are working. For example, if it's working at SADC, at some point they have to interface with the countries the countries that are part of that region. So when they budget for whatever they budget, they do also budget for whatever interface, whether it's an event. Now, because with COVID and we can do a lot of things virtually, so they do that. Yeah. But then how do they select who to attend, those conferences and they look at somebody who has something to offer. Okay. So that is why they'll always have a call for this and all that. All I'm saying, all the brilliant ideas that you have, don't shy away from raising your hand and say, you know what, I'm interested. I want to learn, and now because of the virtual platforms, when there is a webinar, just register and attend those webinars so that you see how other young people or other people outside the borders of South Africa are looking at these things of climate change or any other topic that you are interested in, and be that voice in that space. Like we said, you have seen with all the networks, they have events, but also they have vacancies. They are focusing on youth. Every organization that I know, they are looking for young people. They are looking for young people. Okay. And lastly, my last word, for you to enter those spaces, then the language needs to change. If you are a black South African, you cannot hide behind, I'm black, I'm previously disadvantaged. That does not give you an advantage because you are competing there with a Zimbabwean who is black, you are competing there with a Kenyan who is black, you understand? So the language here changes. Then you need to understand regional issues, you need to understand continental issues, you need to understand global issues for you to be competitive. So with all the skills that you have, you just add a little bit. If it's gonna be, let's say it's at UN level, you cannot not mention SDGs, you know, Sustainable Development Goals and that language and all that. And how do you beef up your language there? By reading, you know, those documents and all that. And you can, using the skills that you have, you just add a little bit so that, you know, you look smarter by talking, you know, that big language of, you know, whether it's SDG and then you are in. Yeah? And if it's Africa, if it's an organization that is working on the African continent, you cannot not talk about Agenda 63. You just add that, then you are in. You understand? So the language here, because then it becomes a very highly competitive space. And believe me, a lot of organizations do want, you know, South African youth to participate, either for internships and all that. You just need to beef up your knowledge base and see, oh, you know, they are looking at these things and all that, and up your knowledge and the language so that it speaks, you know, what they are looking for. Yes, I think that brings me to the end of this session. Okay.
People, any questions to Dr. Shlami? I think she's given you some great ideas how to navigate your way through websites, but also use the smart language. And also, as she said, think against who you will be competing when you submit the proposal. I think there's a huge amount of money available for climate change work, for climate change travel, so please explore those opportunities. Any questions to her? Any questions? I don't see any. There's one. So we're just waiting for the microphone, right at the back.
It's not working?
Yes, it's on.
Okay, it's working. Thanks, Doc, for that informative presentation. I like that there are still spaces open for the youth. I've attended a lot of conferences, SASAYE, Symposium, IESA, a lot of conferences. And I've noticed that we have a very, very limited number. We don't have youth on those conferences. It's only adults. So I just wanted to ask from you, what do you think that we are doing wrong? Are we not employable? Is it experience? Or what is it making us to be few on those conferences? And also, I would also like to ask, where can we get those slides, the slides that you just presented? Thanks.
Can I quickly answer before you go, Shlami? To all the people here, we will follow up with an email to you very soon. So if you have not given your email address on the attendance list or in any of the correspondence, please do that during coffee break. Because we're going to start corresponding with you. You will get all the presentations. you will get more information. The video that we've been done will be uploaded on YouTube. So you might be on YouTube very soon. So if you ask questions, the camera was on you. So we will let you know about everything. So please just make sure we've got your email address and we will correspond with you. Dr. Shalame, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think the whole issue about youth not being there, it's not just a South African issue, and hence all the organizations have a wake-up call. That is why if all the organizations that I have indicated there, they have a drive to actually recruit youth. It's in order to close, that gap. So yes, you might find, that there are some conferences where it's still adults and all that, but there is a global drive to actually bring young people on board. Every organization that is there, it's young people, some even, focus on young people in terms of, employment, yeah? Because our generation is aging, so definitely, so yes, there are still gaps there and there, but, there are a lot of, efforts that every organization is actually bringing for youth. And hence I'm saying you need to get into that train. When you are searching for opportunities, broaden, your fishing net and whoop, and throw it, in other spaces and see what comes out.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shlami. A last question? It does not seem like that. So I would like to ask you to quickly go and grab a cup of coffee. We're going to shorten the coffee time for 10 minutes because we don't want you to go home too late. So 10 minutes, then you come back, and then we've got the exciting end of the session. Please be back. Whilst you're going out, the fruit on the tables, please take it home. Even if you don't eat fruit, give it to your girlfriend. It's free. You might even make an impression tonight. Please, take home, give to the neighbor, give to a girlfriend or a boyfriend. See you in 10 minutes.
And I think of all the things and what you're doing. In my head, I'll bring a picture. As soon as I'm coming home, where my body's been a mess. And I'm here switching your hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come over? Someone making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, baby?
Do you know why the cost of everything in South Africa is skyrocketing so much? Everything we need to survive, food, fuel.
They never tell me lies. I can feel their body shake when they hear
everyone, can you please take your seats? Excitement is mounting. And you can bring your cups in. We will clean up later on. Please move in. You've seen that some people already built a little forest here. The ladies here in front is doing the forest exercise. All the trees must also go, so please grab a tree when you go home. Grab a spekboom to go and plant. And please, we do not want any trees to be left in this room, or spekbome or fruit. Take it home, share it with someone. Okay, so before we get to the nicest part, the prizes, we still have to do a Mentimeter quickly. This is very important for us because we need you to vote again. Because your survey you started off yesterday morning will now be done again, and afterwards we will give you the results to see in which way did the 2 days impact your decisions, your knowledge, and what do you think about climate change. Right, so please go to Menti on your phones. The last exercise. Question number 1. After this summit, what has changed for you? Just a short phrase. Nothing has changed, but I met a good friend. Nothing has changed, but I'm going home with a tree. Trees. Or I gained 2 more apples. So after the summit, what has changed for me? And because we're not so many people, I think we're going to go with about 30. Let's see if we can get 30 people voting. How many are we now? How many do we have? I can't see the count. Aurelie Ann? 6. We need another 24. Please vote, people. What has changed? And I think one of the most important ones, the opportunities that is all over the space. It's opened up the world. I'm more aware, conference is very informative, got a few network contacts. My hope for youth has increased. And as Dr. Slamy said, there are huge opportunities for youth in this space. We need you. More understanding of climate change. Where are we in the voting? 26, 4 more to go. 4 more to go. 29, going. 31, 32, final votes. Ooh, it's going roughy so. Lovely. Are we going for 40? 40? Are we going for 45? 45. 41 and a half. 43. Let's go for 45. 45, we've got it. Thank you so much. Next question. Where is it? Let's see if we can find the next one. We got stuck here with 45. Is it hanging on the system? Are we going to move? Right. After 2 days, when you hear the word climate change now, what comes to mind? Let's see how quick we can vote, and we go for 45. Give us your best Thursday afternoon hype and energy. Keep counting, Leanne, keep counting. I see many opportunities. 27, 29, lovely people, lovely, keep going. 32. We've got 5 to go. The future looks bleak, but we can color it in. Isn't that beautiful? We're done. Are we going to our last question? No, we've got 2 more, 3 more to go. Third one. Now we're asking you again. Do you think it's real or not? And if you say no, you must tell us why. No, it's just still, after 2 days, some twakkies. You, that's going rough here. You. Julle kook vanmiddag, hoor, julle kook. Lovely, lovely. Let's close that one. Next question. So what is your level of understanding of climate change? Is it still poor? Is it medium, medium rare, or charcoal? Now I'm just joking. What's your understanding? Is it average? Is it good? Is it now excellent? Give yourself a count. I see a 7 out of 10. I see a excellent. I see a good. A 10 out of 10, 80%. Are we at 45 yet? 47, good show. Thanks, people. Last question, Leanne. That is our last one, hey? I think so. Okay, second last one. How important is climate change? And you go, not so, very, critical, crucial. Where are we, Leanne? 26. You're doing brilliantly. Thanks, Leanne. Let's close. You can still keep on voting. Can still keep on voting. Let's look at the last question. What role do you see for yourself in the quest to become climate change resilient and low carbon? Explain in a short phrase. Where do you see yourself in this picture? Are you still only going to be a spectator? A player? An impact player coming in a little bit later? Are you always going to be on the bench? Or are you moving in, getting injuries and moving out again? How many are we? We're going. Go again, go. What's your role in climate change? Going to do my bit. $43, $44, $45. Lovely. People, we're going to send you all the results and we're going to compare yesterday morning to what we've just voted on. But I can see from where I sit that a lot has changed. And quite often, things change in your perception because you understand it better. That's always. And sometimes if you don't understand, I always tell my team, ask, explore, read. The more you're informed, the better your understanding and the better the role you can play. Right, now we get to the fun part. And we're going to do some lucky draws again. And I'm going to ask Prof. Stephanie to bring the little blue bucky again. We're going to do 3 lucky draws. Nice goodie bags. And we're waiting for the photo and video competition. Thanks, Stephanie. Yo, please, can you switch on the lights? It's just behind that. Lovely. Stephanie, go ahead. Lucky draw, lucky draw. Number 41. 41, 41, 41. Someone coming? Oh, yes, here. Oh. But you don't have 41. You can come, and I think some people went home already. You can come again. I was so hopeful with you coming to the front. 156. Too high, too high. 156. Just continue. Ah, low number. Some of you might be this age, but I doubt it. 20. 20, 20, 20, yay! We've got 2 more going. One for one. Don't think so. Let's go. Too high. 145. I don't think. What? There's 145. You. 145. Good show. Right, we've got 1 going. Trek nummer 7 sê Francis. Another one. 151, anyone? 151, nope. One for 2. One 1-0. Another one. We're in the high numbers. 88. Yoo-hoo! Lovely, lovely. Enjoy. Gift packs from the Western Cape Department of Agriculture. So, now we come to the voting. Now, before we come to the winners, I just want to tell you what they're going to get. The second runner-up will get a nice goodie bag from the department with really good stuff, cool stuff. As well as from Cape Nature, a solar kit. to the value of 400 Rand. It's got a mini portable solar system, a multifunctional mobile power system, an MP3 player, an FM radio, and it has Bluetooth functionality. Second runner-up. The runner-up will also get a goodie bag with lots of lekker stuff from the department. And then, wait for this, with the compliments of Cape Nature. 2 nights for 4 people. Here on the grass camping. No, I'm just joking, I'm just joking. 2 nights for 4 people at the Roshapan Nature Reserve of Cape Nature near Veldrift in the West Coast to the value of 4,100 Rand. The winner, and there can only be one winner, will get this goodie bag with lots of lekker stuff, and the person will get a day tailor-made to the person's interest, will be accompanied by one of the senior experts of this department to spend a day at the work of place. So if you're interested in alien clearing, you will go out with our experts and spend a day out, nice, getting your feet wet. And the person will also get 2 nights for 4 people at the Roshapan Nature Reserve to the value of 4,100 Rand with the compliments of Cape Nature. Wonderful prizes. Let's give Cape Nature a nice round of applause. Okay, so who won? Our third prize. Stephanie, it's the one to the front. Yes. The third prize goes to Kim van der Heever. Can we see the photo, please? Can we see Kim's winning prize? You can give it to her. She's got that lovely, maybe we can have the lights off now just to see the photos. Third prize to Kim van der Heever with a lovely rainbow. The second prize goes to Anele Zigatla. Anele Zigatla, good show, sir. You have now the permit to take 3 girls with you on a weekend away. And if you choose some of the girls here, that would even be better. Don't you think so? Hmm? Sorry? Wait. Kim was supposed to get the solar. Kim, sorry, you must come again. Your solar box is still in front here. You only got your goodie bag, so we'll quickly give you your box. Yeah, but I'm going to take the other one. Here's your solar box. Thank you. We'll do another picture quickly. I've got it. Okay, so we're going to just do another picture with Kim. We forgot about her solar box. And this one has got all the goodies, as I told you. Oh, and I forgot to say they all have a nice book from Landbou Weekblad as well. And the winner is getting 2 envelopes. One for the day with the expert and the weekend away. And we used Mentimeter, so you all voted. And the winner of this super prize is no other than Manette Havenga. I think this picture paints a very sad story. We heard this morning about the fires in California, and this is a fire. Sorry, the previous one was the fire. This is the winning one. Manette Havenga with a beautiful, but maybe not so beautiful photo of quite an empty dam. Can we go back to the 3 photos quickly? Number 3. The one from Kim. Second one. Fire, and the winner, we go for the dam. Congratulations to all our winners. Yeah, can we quickly get all the winners to come for a photo? Cape Nature wants some pictures of the winners. So Kim, please come to the front. We love photos in this department. We love it. Yeah, if you want to, that would be great. All the winners, please, for one final photo. So, ladies and gentlemen, it would be wrong for me, I have to do the closing words, not to thank Dr. Gillian Arends. I think he did a splendid job in taking us through the 2 days, so thank you to Gillian. And I think we've seen what we have to see about climate change. The first day understanding the communication, and this afternoon with Dr. Schlame also showing you where to go and find what information. Day 2, the opportunities for young people, and really people, this is the time for you to shine. When I grew up many years ago, we were told that you don't speak so much to adults. My mom used to say, "Moenie so voor op die wa wees nie." Now I'm giving you an instruction today. You can be voor op die wa in climate change. Let people know who you are. Let people see what you want to do. You are the change makers. Now, climate change is a challenge, but it offers a lot of opportunities. I'm not going to go into details of all the presentations, but it was clear that we need smart thinking, innovative solutions, and on a personal level, we need to rethink our lives as well. We need to think about the work that we have to do on this planet. And maybe where you are at the moment is not the role for you. You're still young. You can develop into an environmentalist, a legal environmentalist. The world is your oyster. You're young. Make the right choices and do what your heart feels. You can make the difference. But I think it's very important in this whole exercise, look well after yourself. Mental health, and not only mental health in terms of climate change, but general mental health in South Africa is under a challenge. I read an article yesterday, they say the number of people going for mental support is just increasing by the day. Why? We've got the climate change, we've got all the environmental challenges coming our way, but we've got financial challenges, we've got social challenges, and at the end, you have to survive. So please look well after yourself. I think it's very important that I also thank a few people. You as delegates, I think you were a super crowd. And we want to give you a nice round of applause. You were very interactive, and we really felt your presence. To our keynote speakers, our panel leaders and members, the media that were here yesterday, and then the organizing team, Prof. Stephanie, Ari and Leanne. Leanne there, she's been very present. We can hear, she even asked questions, Leanne. And Ari, who did the video and also the sound, our sound man, thank you so much. Teresa, right at the back, she did all the admin. And she did all the hard work in doing the catering tenders and things like that. And also to our caterers who did a splendid job. Then to Mary James. Mary, where are you? Here's Mary, Giselle, our communications team. Mary has been twatting and all those social media things very extensively. We even had a scope on DISA FM last night. We're on SABC 2. I just saw the information. And we also went wild on the social media side. Then everyone who helped, maybe I skipped on someone, please do excuse if I did do that. Cape Nature, once again, I will also drop them a letter. Landbou Weekblad for some of the gifts and the books they gave us. And please, people, quite often when you get at a conference a bag, you look at the stuff and you throw it away. Look what's in your bag. The AgriProbe, our semi-scientific publication that we publish every quarter. And once you're done, don't throw it away. Give it to someone else. Sometimes people are in need for something to read. Don't throw away. Share with your colleagues. Then I came to a very interesting quote. There are no passengers on spaceship Earth. We are all crew. No passengers. No one sitting in the back benches having a lekker sundowner and eating peanuts on the flight. We are all crew. Ban Ki-moon said, youth are more than victims of poverty and economic downturn. They can be the agents of change. We need to do more to create jobs for young people and to support young entrepreneurs so they can create more jobs. So you are young, you're going to settle in jobs, but please, in your way forward, make sure you also create jobs and make people climate smart but economically viable. My last few comments, I did mention it. The outcome of the survey we will send to you per email. You will get your e-certificates for attending the 2 days. We will let you know when the YouTube video has been uploaded. We will also share with you the names of the panel members. And we will also send you the first copy of our Smart Agri newsletter. It's a quarterly newsletter being compiled by Prof. Stephanie and Leanne. If you do not want to get it after the first copy, it's an e-newsletter, you can just unsubscribe. Anything else you would like to know from us, you're more than welcome to send an email to Teresa. I think most of you got an email from her. Please communicate with us. And please, you are now part of the Climate Smart group of this department. Whether you work for this department or whether you are affiliated to this department, you are climate smart young people. And with that, I want to thank you. I think we can only wish you well. If the number of people who attended this conference go out and make a difference, the world will change. And remember, someone the other day said to me, watch what you talk about at the braai. When you're having your little braai, you can skin it a bit and have a doppie and so on. But at one stage, you have to be a bit serious as well. You've got a duty to talk to people about resource smart, and there's another duty. You have to tell people that agriculture is more than eating an apple that you buy in a supermarket. Agriculture is about people producing food. And get young people interested in agriculture. Not once in the 2 days we told you to go farm. In the 2 days you saw so many careers linked to the agricultural sector. And even if you decide to go farming, be that smart, climate smart farmer. I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, be well, grab a tree, grab a fruit, drive safely and enjoy your long weekend. You can have Friday off.